Okay, so we should be going live to YouTube now. Yeah. All right. Shifting these ice packs in pocket. How's everyone's day going? Oh yeah. Yeah, do you not know that's that's a life hack on hot days. You take ice packs and you put them in your pockets. Right? Not like actual ice, but like the gel, whatever. Right? You get them, try and get them to like the inside of your thigh, so you're on the femoral artery, and it cools your body down really well. Very similar thing where like if you can't sleep at night, you get like you freeze, like make sure that there's enough room for the water to like freeze up. No, 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 no. It's just super hot. It's 29.5 degrees Celsius in here, which is like 85, which is too hot for me. Too hot. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, that's a life hack for like sleeping when it's too hot out too. You throw like a water bottle, right, into the freezer, making sure there's enough room for the ice to like expand, right? So leave some room at the top, and you take that and you sleep with it between your legs, because it's the easiest place to like keep it if you're a side sleeper, especially, right? Under the armpits would be more effective, but it's much more uncomfortable to keep a 2 liter under your armpit. Or any water bottle. Smaller water bottles are probably better. But yeah, that's a life hack, right? Get a frozen water bottle and throw it between your legs, like right between the thighs, right on the femoral artery. Cools you down quick. You probably do want to wrap it in some kind of fabric, though. But yeah, so how's everyone doing today? I don't know, we got a little argumentative and wild yesterday. I'll try not to go so wild today. We'll see, we'll see. All right, so let me switch to the right input device and the right video device. And let's get to the right chat. Yeah, and I typically don't do ice packs when I'm injured. Only in like really, really rare cases where I'm like worried about compartment syndrome or something. I am a big believer in palpation, though. Like when you're healing, not like when you're first injured, and that's just like encouraging blood flow. So like massaging out a bruise or whatever. Big fan of that. Like there was a point where I could have lost like either leg technically because I had borderline compartment syndrome in my thigh from like 2 separate injuries. Like so separated by like a year or two. Yeah, took a rail to the thigh, like the corner of this like fun box that we had set up in a friend's yard, snowboarding. Took that to the thigh, and that on the right thigh there, dude, I don't have the indentation on this thigh, but on my left thigh I have an indentation from when I did a similar thing on a different rail, like a couple years later. And both times, like, hit so hard that your skin starts to lose feeling. Right? That's an indicator of compartment syndrome or a precursor to compartment syndrome. And basically, compartment syndrome is when you have so much blood in like a muscle compartment that it restricts blood flow and the muscles actually start to like die. Like it's super gnarly. If you ever get that, where you're feeling like numb to the touch on the skin above swelling, that's a huge problem. Like I didn't have feeling on the top of my left thigh for months. Like it was just like, it felt dead. Anyway, let's get to some code. So, the part that we left off on. Yeah. So we didn't actually finish adding these props to the rest of like where that table needs to care about it. And yeah, I'm a little congested. It'll pass. So it's on the org that we're adding these. Yeah, no worries, MJ. Yep, yeah, we're just doing our thing. All right, so yeah, subscription ID. Hold on, let's go back to it. And yeah, what's everyone up to? How's your day going? Anything fun? All right, so yeah, we just need to get subscription status and subscription status updated at. Might as well keep it consistent. All right, so then customer ID, subscription ID, billing period, yeah. They're showing you an Arcane ad? Okay. I still haven't watched Arcane. I don't have Netflix. But there's enough shows on Netflix that it's probably worth it. The show I really want to watch is I Think You Should Leave. I'm pretty sure that's on Netflix. But edX, thank you for the follow. Ed 2011, the upgrade of Ed 209. But yeah, hold on, Jacob. So good. You did a workout and bought a bobber and bait for your fishing pole. Nice. What kind of fish do you typically catch, Jacob? And this is Jacob over on YouTube. Just so people here on Twitch are not confused. Can I create a video game? I mean, I probably could, but that's not the goal right now. We have another thing that we need to work on. Gonna try to get some rainbow trout. Yeah, it seems like the places I've ever fished were only rainbow trout places, which is funny. Yeah, like yeah, it was rainbow trout when we tried it in Pennsylvania. I think in Montana. Yeah, where are you at, Jacob? Is rainbow trout just like all over the U.S.? Idaho. Okay, yeah, see, so that makes sense. Okay. What are we doing? Here's the project. And here's what we're doing today. And yeah, just in case for people on YouTube, because I realize these commands don't go over there. We are working on a tool to listen for keywords being mentioned on Blue Sky. We are using Elixir Phoenix for the back end and React for the front end. And technically there's a typo where it says front end. Whatever. The goal for today, right? I should do this at the beginning of the YouTube video anyway, so that's my bad. We did some discovery around Stripe webhooks yesterday. And we know what events we should probably listen to for the checkout flow. We have the case statement for listening to them now that we now. Oh, typo. Yeah, whatever. Hold on. I'll update the command. We have the case statement for listening to them. Now we need to wire up those events to the DB. I might also decide to move that logic to a module instead of in the building controller. But let me update this. Oop. Let me just update this command real quickly. All right, readjust a little bit. Yeah. Get the ice packs in the right place. Oh yeah, nice and cool. And all right, you created a game in Unity and Game Maker? Like you're using both in the same game? Okay. All right, so we don't have to require these props. We do want to cast them if we have to. All right, so we're going to reset the DB. Cool. The next step then, we've got this controller. What I'm thinking is I want to move this logic elsewhere. Right, we're going to move that into a module. Let me leave it where it was and create the module first. So yeah, we're going to create a module here at the top level of lib. And it's just going to be stripe. And then inside, we're going to create a file called webhooks. Yeah. We're going to define a module, stripe webhooks. Good job, autocomplete. Oh, and we can add that. We want to make it public. I think we got to leave it that complex, but we're going to create individual functions for these. There's like a naive way we could do this. And then there's like a more dynamic Elixir-like way to do this. Let's do it the dynamic Elixir-like way. So what that would mean is we're still going to end up creating individual functions for each of these. So yeah, like customer dot or subscription dot created, and we're going to replace that with underscores. Ooh. So it was on the right track with the first two. Come on, Super Maven. You know what I'm looking for. It just really doesn't want to complete these other ones. Why is it not following the pattern? Yeah, subscription paused, resumed. There we go. Why is it in this weird state? Yeah, Super Maven, you're blowing it right now. You're embarrassing me in front of my friends. You don't have a single other thing that looks like that here. Yeah, that's just super weird. Okay, thanks, Anonymous Gifter. That's one of the funnier ones you've done. And what's up, Arrow? Last time you saw a stream was like a year ago? Yeah, makes sense. Anyway, what's up, X Factor? How you doing? All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of this case statement. And hey, X Factor, thanks for the Prime sub, dude. Appreciate you. So what I want to do here is event.type. We don't want to do it to an atom. Yep, it knew I wanted that. I don't want to do it to an atom, though. Or do I? Are functions atoms? So arrow, the exact thing we're doing today, X Factor just did the today command for, and project is how you can see what we're actually working on. Like the overarching project. So I do want to do two atom. Ooh, it knew exactly what I wanted? Oh my god. Wow, that's pretty cool. Good job. Oh, okay. So then we should get into these functions. That's the tricky part. By doing this dynamic dispatch, it doesn't actually recognize that these are getting called. Yeah, I don't know if there's a way around that. But this does massively simplify this function. So now we don't get the cyclomatic complexity thing, which is cool. But it thinks that these are no longer used. How do we let the linter know that we're okay with this? Let me get more music going first. Haha. So it's actually a dialyzer thing, not the spec. But it's not no unused. Or actually, yeah, it is. It is no unused. Ooh. So it doesn't like that. No warn function. That's the one. All right. Yeah, cool. Oh, wait. No, it still doesn't like it. Is this thing hallucinating? That was it. All right. So no warn function is gone. Okay. Yeah, no warn function, I think, is for a specific single function, which makes sense. So yeah, no one used is what I was looking for. Okay. And wait, I see no extra return? Is there actually a return statement? No. That's what I thought. Yeah, like the at spec that you would define above the function. Yeah, I mean, still, like, dialyzer is the linter, so that's the thing that we'd want to tell not to do anything. So, like, this would still go, like, it could maybe go above the function. It looks like it still goes at the top of the module, though. But yeah, dialyzer does actually, like, look at your type specs. So, yeah, type spec might be another way of doing it, too. Ooh, but hold on. We're doing to atom. We want to existing atom. I mean, you can do that. I guess what you're saying is like ignore next line type stuff. Yeah. I think it's tricky because maybe dialyzer is Erlang versus Elixir. I'm not sure. If it's Erlang, then dialyzer doesn't even see the Elixir code. Yeah, see, so dialyzer is actually an Erlang static analysis tool. So it doesn't have as much knowledge of the Elixir itself, right? Like it's actually just going into the VM and detecting these things instead, right? Like as it's compiled to bytecode, probably. Because Elixir doesn't compile to Erlang, right? That's something Gleam does, but Elixir compiles directly to Beam instructions. So it's interesting to me that Dialyzer is listening to, or is looking at the Beam instructions technically instead. Thanks. Yeah, yeah. I like the wild hair. My dad had an afro, or like he had curly hair that he would get permed, and it would get like this growing up. So, yeah, if I had the mustache, I would heavily resemble my dad right now. And thanks, Lava. I appreciate that. Because I was tired of it. It's your first time seeing this look? I do it pretty, or I try to do it pretty much every time I do a beanieless stream. All right, so we now have these methods created, right? What we need to do next is we need to start handling the logic that these methods have. And hold on, wait a minute. This isn't actually working. What the fuck? Yeah, like on days where I use shampoo, I didn't use shampoo today. I didn't even shower today, actually. But on days where I use shampoo, my hair is much lighter and it doesn't have the grease in it to hold like this. Nah, your body doesn't need a daily shower. This body does. No, I probably do need one. I just didn't. Oh. Yeah, Ethan nailed it for sure. Yeah, yeah, can't unsee. Yeah, great, Scott. We've got an emote for that, don't we? All right, so customer subscription created. What we need to do here, and yeah, like it's a bummer this isn't working. Hold on, let's just do a new chat. So that's literally what I have. Ah, sus. There we go. There's also one like with me having hair like this in the past too, and I'm like going, hmm. Ugh. Yeah, that's gross. I'm okay with the squiggle. Yep, nope. Squiggle is fine in my book. At least if we run Dialyzer as a static analysis tool, it'll be fine. It's just VS Code that's not honoring it. So that's separate. That's fine. Yep. I mean, nah, refs are useful, right? Refs are good for anything where you just don't want to trigger a re-render. I got some new ice cube trays that I'm looking to try out. So I'm not using the freezer's gross ice cube maker. All right, the water looks fine. We'll see what the deal is because I was seeing a bunch of like weird floaties in my water from the ice cube tray ice. So yeah, once the cubes are actually frozen, which will take a little bit, then we'll see if I still get the floaties in the water from them. Extra protein, right? Just like the film that forms on the bottom of this thing, which I had to scrub the other day. I can usually tell when it's forming without even needing to see it because it makes my throat scratchy. Yeah, it is a little gross. Like, it's the stuff that you see form inside of, like, fish tanks. Like, pretty gross. Not just from the poop. Yeah, I'm fine. All right, so subscription created. First step, we're gonna bring in Stripety Stripe. That's what I was doing up here. Use Stripe. No, I like the explicitness of it. I don't mind duplicating a bunch of Stripe stuff. All right, so the next step. Yeah, we need to log these. I wish they had just like a schema for all the events they send. Do they not do that? Your drinking water had floaties. Apparently, it was just calcium. That's most likely it. I believe I have hard water here as well. Yeah, so many ecosystems. Now the rice cooker is still its own ecosystem. I mean, I haven't opened it since I last talked about it. I'm pretty sure I'm going to open it and we'll notice that they've invented fire. Right? Like the little micro colony. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. It'll be like that movie Evolution, right? Like down in the cave. I do too. That movie's fun. Uh, Ooh, I like that they do that. Ooh, that was clean. Here we go. Types of events. But no, they're not all there. Oh, I see. I see. So technically, it's going to be just an object that gets passed, and it's going to be on the data prop. Got it. Okay. That makes more sense. So now, armed with that knowledge, customer subscription create. Right, so data.object is a subscription object. And here we go. All right. Is it event.data.object? It is. Okay. Yeah, Ethan. Oh, man. Is there anything you want, big fella? Man, you took it like a champ. Ice cream. What flavor? I don't care. It's for my ass. Dude, it's good. Right, which is funny because that's basically like referencing the joke, or not the joke. Well, it is the joke from Forrest Gump, right? And they let you eat all the ice cream you could ever want. Like, it's not what the ice cream was for, but okay, sure. Honestly, that was one of the least stupid things he did in the entire film. Wait, what do you mean by that, Alaba? All right, so the subscription object. We just care about customer ID. Ooh. So hold on. We need to tie this to an organization. I don't see metadata make it through. How do we get access to the checkout session? Ooh, and I think I'm missing that. And the prop is collection method. Yeah, exactly, Cotter. It's a little warm. Like, what temperature is it where you're at, Cotter? And yeah, Dramati. Yeah, I like the music too. Oh, do you live in a place where you have AC? Ah, I am extremely jealous of you. Yeah, dishwasher is pretty important. I've only ever lived in like two apartments that didn't have a dishwasher. So wait a minute. It does look like we can pass metadata. So I think I do want to pass metadata, not just client reference ID. Okay, yeah, yeah, metadata is on there. Okay, so we would get it from the metadata. I think it's, yeah, accounts dot. I thought it was maybe update org. Yeah. Yeah, so I want to go to account here because I don't want to have to fetch the org. I don't see a point to that. You don't have a car though, so a compromise. Yeah, it makes sense. I have a car, but I only use it maybe like once a week. Oh, interesting. So change org is a totally different thing. Yeah, update org is what I want, but I want to update org by org ID. Come on, Clippy, get out of the way. Hold on. Yeah, where are we doing some other updates? Okay, so yeah, we do from where and then update there, and then we set a list of the props. Ooh, but yeah, we need these. And what's up, GE Light? Hey, it's been a long time, man. How you doing? Elixir is a backend language. It's built on top of the Erlang VM. Wait, what's up, Alava? I'm not sure what that means. Okay. You miss driving though, Cotter? Used to have long drives on Sundays listening to music. It's been a couple of years now without a car. Yeah. Yeah, that's like the only place I really like listen to like non-synthwave music. There is synthwave on the mix too, but like, yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. All right, so update org by org ID. Oh, and yeah, the stripe stuff is down at the bottom, but we can just do it here. Do have maybe too many files open. I'm gonna clear all of them real quick. Load up the ones we do care about. And yeah, that's a little simpler. Okay, so yeah, org ID. All right, so let's look at some of the props that come back on this. Status would be. Yep, yeah, we'll just pass status straight through. Status updated at, yeah. I think we want subscription ID. Stripe customer ID. So subscription.plan.interval? I'm not seeing plan in there. Yeah, so schedule doesn't make it through to there. So here's my thought. In billing controller, and then yeah, this hold on is an error. This is going to be Messijo.stripe.webhooks handle event. Oh, but what did I mess up? I renamed it, or I named it wrong in the module. There we go. Hey, what's up, Justice? How you doing? Okay. This is going to be billing period. And we get the last thing in there, billing period, and then here we pass it through as metadata. Okay, so theoretically, we should be able to create the subscription. I feel like update would do something similar. So we are doing a bit of duplication here. I don't necessarily want... Yeah, so this is the trickier bit. Do we think these are going to change eventually? Hmm. Right, if we think about it, like all of these subscription events, we're just updating the subscription data, like directly. So we'll proxy this just for now. I don't necessarily want to rewrite the dynamic dispatch yet, but we can. So then all this logic, and really like this should probably be on a different module. I can just envision wanting to do something different, but I feel like it's a little premature. Hmm. So yeah, now the part I'm considering is if I want to split these out into separate modules to keep some of this more readable. I need to update how the dynamic dispatch works. Yeah, okay. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to take these subscription functions. They're no longer def p. We don't actually care about the no unused anymore. So I don't want to do a with. I do think it is a case. What I was hoping to be able to do is event.type do. Uh, let's ask T3 chat. Oh, okay. I haven't used cond before. Okay. No, I like that. All right, so then that is the module. Yeah, I like it. Okay. So then we need to create these modules. There was checkout, sessions, and there was invoices. Oop. What? Oh, I'm clicking in the wrong place. Let me get more music going. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think I still like this dynamic dispatch. I'd be curious if Brainless were here, how they feel about it. This is probably some of the more, like, you know, more elixir code I've written. Idiomatic, that was the word I was looking for. It's probably like some of the more idiomatic code I've written. Maybe not. I don't know. Ooh, they don't like that though. Oh, okay. Handle cases where none of the above match. Sure. Okay. And yeah, what you up to, Christopher? Yeah, there's a bit of repetition for these, but I think I'm okay with it for now. Had to leave another stream of collab gamers. So much screaming and noise, brain hurts. What stream is that? Now I'm curious. Oh, wow. Theo's live on a Saturday. That's weird. Noto Nug. Yeah, I don't even know them. I guess I don't watch that many game dev streams. All right. So as far as invoice paid, invoice payment failed. Oh, and hold on. Here's something we need to do. Right, we need to do an ephemeral storage of some kind. I don't know if amnesia is the right move. Damn, I got way too many tabs in the working group. Okay, so expiring payment source. That's the invoicing checkout session. Looks like I don't have the expiring event. Yeah, customer.source.expiring. Ooh, and instead of nil, we can pass module, and then we can just do that. Yeah. So then we can do def, we'll do def p. Actually, we can just, doesn't matter. So yeah, customer.source.expiring. And yeah, what's up, Moshiko? How you doing? Yeah, man, my hair's killing it today. Yeah, stoked. Pretty stoked. It is, yeah, it's warm. In this room specifically is 30, well, 30 degrees Celsius even. And I say Celsius because I haven't figured out how to switch it to Fahrenheit. I'm sure there's some way, I just don't care enough. So, whatever. But yeah, it's pretty warm here. It's fine. I still have to do like the mental conversion of it though. And hey, what's up, Condi? Did you get some sleep? Yeah, yeah, exactly. Basically Doc Brown style. There you go, Condi. Nice. And yeah, what's up? Not your average developer. Aaron. What's up, Aaron? So far, still only 5 people signed up. We'll see if we can bump that up a bit. All right, so one thing we want to do. Have I messed around with distributed tasks much? You mean things where you might need a message queue? I'm going to guess Daryl. All right, so what we want to do here. We could create a table for it. Thinking of watching an entrepreneurship course. Know of any good ones? No. Same name as you, including middle name? Oh, that's crazy. That's kind of crazy. But yeah, anyone out there that could come to Seattle in September. Oh, if I could spell. Could be worth it. That's a free ticket. No, you won't be able to just enter and resell it. Oh, and hold on. Yeah, let me swap out my ice packs. They're pretty warm right now. And hey, thanks for the streak. Yeah, I'll be right back. Looks like my door lock got jammed. So let me just fix that. Ooh, and what time is it? 3 o'clock? It's 3 o'clock on a Saturday. The regular crowd shuffles in. An AI project? Hold on, let me rinse this. This looks gross on the bottom. I mean, I plan on doing some sentiment analysis stuff for Messijo eventually. All right, there we go. Yeah, that'll probably be a while before we do that. And I don't know. I know AI is like the new hotness, and people think it changes everything. I just think there's a lot of hype around it that is somewhat unjustified. And just hoping someone figures out the next hype thing so that we can actually like get back to productive conversations about this stuff. Like, yes, if I was going for VC funding, I need AI. But I think I can bootstrap most of the stuff I'm trying to build. So yeah, we got some Four Roses today. This is, I think, my favorite bourbon. Like this brand specifically. But this bottle is like my favorite when I'm out and about. I do like their nicer stuff. But yeah. And you missed their seasons? They have a new season coming out. I mean, VCs salivate over anything that's just like the current hype. You know, back during crypto, all sorts of companies were blockchain companies, right? Like during the crypto boom, there was a bunch of supply chain blockchain companies because it was the buzzword that mattered. So the buzzword that VCs care about changes every couple of years. Just hoping we figure out what that is sooner rather than later. Just let's move on to the next one. Let's make software dev actually fun again. All right, so yeah, recording the event and, like so that we know we handled it properly. And Roberto, thank you for that follow. Welcome. I just saw that. My bad. Let's look at Amnesia again. You mean like stuff that he probably doesn't want people to see? Or maybe you're saying now you can't see shit because it's ultra wide. Can't. Okay, yeah. Sounds about right. No, I see. I knew what you meant. I figured it out. Yes, Amnesia is part of the Erlang core. And yeah, it is kind of a funny name for a database, right? It's actually called Dirty Read and Dirty Write. The preferred methods by Dirty Mike and the boys. I just thought of such a terrible dirty joke for that. That must make underwear shopping a nightmare. Sorry. My bad. We try not to make jokes like that here, but it was too obvious. I had to do it. Okay, so we see a really basic way of using amnesia. Yeah, exactly. Like, what I really need is basically Redis, right? Oh, ETS. I always forget about ETS. That's a good point. Yeah, so maybe I don't need amnesia if I just do ETS. You just don't want to spend the money. Mm. If you lived closer, I'd just give you the one I got. Because I'm not using that curved monitor anymore. Oh, Condi, you're a Coolify user. Nice, dude. Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to remember his name now. Anders? Andre? What's the dude's name? God, why am I spacing on that? Andres. That's it. Yeah, Andres. No, Andres, I think it is. Yeah, he's super cool. Hold on. I mean, we can just find it. I think Coolify is fantastic, and people should definitely use it. Andres with an A at the end. That's why it didn't quite look right. Yeah. All right, so ETS makes a lot of sense. There's this one called RAM. Yeah, okay. So Amnesia is maybe not the right move, but RAM could be good. Because I just need it in RAM. Yeah, I'm thinking ETS might be it. CubDB maybe? Yeah, if I need to go distributed, we could look at other stuff. But right now, we're just on the one machine anyway. All right, so when to use Amnesia over ETS or ETS? Yeah, RAM is all we need. Yeah, so I'm okay with that. Yeah, I always forget about ETS. So I think ETS is the move, or probably one of these things that's actually just wrapping it. And maybe it isn't wrapping it, but let's look at this. Dated 10 months ago? That's not bad. I could be okay with that. Both keys and values can be any Elixir term. Acid compliant? Has transactions? Okay. So I don't really need it to save to disk. Oh, and this shirt is just so soft. Man. And I really enjoyed working at this company. I think they were great. My boss was awesome. Um, yeah. It's a bummer that layoffs had to happen, but I think they still make a fantastic product. There's more we could have done quicker. But yeah, like, it just reminds me, like, of one specific instance. We brought on one big client, and they were only supposed to do, like, a trial run, right? So, like, a few nodes here and there, but they proceeded to install it into every Kubernetes cluster and node they had, which massively overloaded our system because none of our stuff was equipped for thousands upon thousands of nodes, right? And we were still in the middle of this like Vue to React migration. So I had to like put out fires for that shit, and I still had to like deal with ditching Webpack for Vite, which caused a bunch of weird stuff because Webpack was doing like the CSS bundling a different way. Like, I don't know. It got gross. It was tough. Basically, if they'd been using Tailwind, everything would have been fine from the start. But they were doing CSS modules, and because of that, certain like CSS modules would get imported before or after others, so it would break all sorts of styling. And it was just nightmare material. But man, yeah, I really like think the product made a lot of sense. Yeah, I don't know. But are we doing the mad scientist look today? Yeah, a little bit. This is just kind of the way I wear my hair in general. Like when I don't have the beanie. It catches the air better, right? So if you're trying to cool off quicker, like it catches the air and funnels it towards your scalp, right? When your hair is matted, it prevents like the air from escaping as easy. I don't know. It's pretty much what I do when it's just way too damn hot because it's 30.1 degrees Celsius in this room. So CupDB does seem nice. This seems like a good option. And the tests are updated. It's probably stable. This does not seem nearly as healthy. But maybe it's fine too. And it does use Raft, which is good. It's based on RabbitMQ's raw. Okay, so hold on. We could do raw ETS. We could do CubDB. What I'm wondering is, does CubDB have expirable fields? Nope. Nah, here in Washington, it's incredibly rare. Something like 80% of all homes and apartments in Washington state don't have air conditioning. I saw someone quote that number. Well, I mean, here's the thing, Damon. Like, this is typically as hot as it gets. Every once in a while, there's like a 100-degree day. Like, depending on the summer. Sometimes there's like a 90-degree day. in general, don't get above 85 degrees outside. So Washington has incredibly reasonable weather compared to other places. No, and I have one. Mine just died, and it's always a pain to set up, and it adds a bunch of noise. Um, but yeah, no, I had a really nice one, and I ran it for a few years. But now, like this summer, I just haven't replaced it yet because I'm not sure how long I'm planning on being in this apartment. I should probably move eventually. Um, I would kind of like to buy a condo somewhere. Ooh, which one is that, Larobi? And yeah, VS Code's pretty good. They had this one like tweet. Well, I read this as Tej Dev at first. That was surprising. Oh, the Solidity extension. Um, yeah, I was under the impression they already blocked it. Yeah, so Cursor. The big problem with Cursor is it goes through V6, which is not the VS Code marketplace. So it's not actually a VS Code problem. It's only things that can't use the VS Code marketplace. Ooh, okay, Condi. That's a massive context. Okay. Well, hold on. Wait. Are you mixing things up? Is that the context or is that the params? Right? Like Quen 32B, etc. Because Quen 32B is not a billion context, it's a billion params, which is a different thing. Well, I mean, I would just double check and read up on it. But hold on. I'm looking for the reference. The extent Oh, here it is. The extension never made it into code because our marketplace team banned it about 2 seconds after it was published. Not in our house. So there is something to remember about that, Larobi. V6, right? V6 is like the package. What is the other marketplace? Open VSX. That's it. So yeah, Cursor and all forks of VS Code have to use OpenVSX, and that's the problem, right? OpenVSX is far less strict. So yeah, I mean that's a major reason to not do any LLM Cursor whatever BS, right? Like, or dude, like don't do any of your crypto or banking on the device that you do dev with because dependencies are fucking gnarly, man. Like a bad node dependency could have done the same thing. It is params. Yeah, that's what I thought, Condi. Yeah, so params is different from context. I just want to make sure that's, something you're aware of. Right? Like a 613 billion context window means it could index any project ever. Right? Like, oh my God. You could use it to maintain COBOL code bases. Like, oh my God. Yeah. The one you're talking about, Condi, is probably the graph that shows like 63,000 for the Apollo program or whatever. Yeah. The amount of code in like the modern car is actually more than Windows. Yeah, that one's good. If you have the link, we could look at it again. I'm okay with that. Okay, yeah, you got link privileges. 163,000. Eh, meh. It's not amazing. Like it works fine if you're just using it for a chatbot, but for code, I just don't think it's that valuable. Yeah, Gemini's 1 million is crazy. Yeah, this is crazy, right? So hundreds of thousands of lines, or under 100,000 lines of code, right? The space shuttle. Um, okay, this is multiple hundreds of thousands, and then the million is there just to show you context, right? So a simple iPhone game app, Unix, right? Win32 simile virus, average iPhone app, a pacemaker. I didn't realize a pacemaker would have more than an iPhone app. Interesting. I guess it needs an OS. The original Photoshop. And then we start looking at it, right? All right, NT3. And then as we start going up, oh my God, all of Google's internet services, way more, right? The fact that the average high end car has more code than basically anything is crazy. Yeah, this is crazy. Right? And this is millions of lines of code. So at that point, like, how soon do you think we're actually going to see models that could index the entire project? Mouse is total DNA base pairs in the genome. So it's the mouse like DNA. It's a star, which means the human genome is 3.3 thousand billion lines of code. So 3.3 quadrillion, or trillion, sorry. 3.3 trillion lines of code in the human genome. That's crazy. All right, well, let's go look at RAM again. Because I just want something Elixir native because I don't want to deal with orchestrating it. Yeah, no worries. Hmm. Yeah, so with any of these, I'm just not seeing an easy way to clear the data. Oh, we could do a max entries. Oh, this feels like it's just for the write ahead log. Yeah. Hmm. So yeah, RAM, CubDB. None of these do the expirable thing like a. And I don't think ETS even ships with it. All right, let's look at their tutorial stuff, right? So, creating an ETS table. They're calling it user lookup. All right, so we do an insert. Yeah, so Elixir doesn't give us an easy way to do this. And if we think about ETS and all the other stuff, right? Like they don't have a way to query by nested data because they're just basically KV stores. I don't think amnesia is the right move. We can just store it in the database. We'll just put it in the Postgres DB. I think it's fine. Which means we need a table for it. All right, so mix ecto uh, gen migration. I think this is fine. So yeah, what we'll call this table is stripe events cache. Oh. All right, so we created Stripe Events Cache. What we need to do is create a table and grab this boilerplate. Um, Event ID, like, I don't think I care about anything other than the ID. I don't even care about timestamps. Oh, no, we do care about timestamps. Yeah. Okay. So then we're going to end up using quantum to do cron job-like things. Yeah, all right, so we do that. We create the index. We also want it to be unique. Yeah, and it'll just error out with this unique constraint. I think that's fine, though. All right, so we've created that. What we need to do is create a model for it. I think it's going to live in billing here. Right, so stripe event.ex. How'd it do on that one? Good job, Super Maven. And yeah, so Condi, right? Like you ask why I write code by hand, because I can autocomplete the boilerplate of this stuff with Super Maven still. Right? If you're out there, right? Anyone out there wondering like why I still code by hand instead of letting Cursor do it all for me? Because the right autocomplete tool does what I need in a flow that I am looking for. I'm not looking to change my dev flow. And this is why I push back on people saying, like, you should master your typing speed. Should you? That's actually the thing that AI is changing, right? The better AI gets, the less your typing speed matters. Right? Like auto-completion, like, has existed for ages. As it gets better and better, typing speed matters less and less. So that's where I push back on people who are overzealous in saying you should be able to type 100 words a minute or whatever. Like, Come on. Come on. But okay, so we've got the model here. That's the name of that, but it's actually Stripe Events Cache, so it wasn't perfect. Yeah. I mean, in League, when talking shit, I type like 200 words a minute. Yeah, right? Hey, welcome back, Condi. So yeah, my bad. I didn't realize you weren't back yet. Basically, I auto-completed this entire module. Right, and we don't even need foreign keys because there are no foreign keys. Right? But when you were talking about, or when you asked the other day why I still code by hand, am I if I let it autocomplete an entire module for me? I don't know if I consider that by hand anymore, you know? But the dev flow that I'm looking for is this. Right? So yeah, that was like the main thing I was trying to get at. And oh, I did not mean to do the spec there. Whoops, that was a misclick. So yeah, like with really good autocomplete, it's definitely not bespoke farm to table code. And I'm okay with that. But I don't want to like prompt a bot to write some shit code for me. I'll let it autocomplete and then I'll fix it. And technically the autocompletion tends to follow the code I would write anyway. Like it's close. It's not perfect. Okay, so we've got this new table, or the migrations and the module for it, or the model for it. We are not exposing this on our repo yet. We can do that here. So this is create stripe event. Drinking a lot of water helps. There you go. Yeah, that's also a good way to lose more weight too. Like drink water when you're feeling hungry, because in a lot of cases you just needed something in your stomach. And technically, like thirsty and hungry kind of trigger the same instinct. All right, so yeah, creating a stripe event, getting a stripe event, and deleting a stripe event. All right, so delete actually takes a queryable. Delete all. Yeah. Gonna lurk for a while? Yeah, no worries, man. And dude, I'm happy for you. I'm really proud of you. Like, good job kicking that nicotine thing, man. I get you. No worries. Alrighty, so I think these are all the events we need. Technically, though, we need Messijo billing stripe event as an alias. And then that all looks good. Cool. All right, so then we need to bring in Quantum. Right? Our backup system is going to be a cron job, but Quantum is going to be how we do some of these, like, cleaning up stale values kind of stuff. So let's bring that in. All right, where do we want to put scheduler? I think it lives inside Messijo. Oh, interesting. Quantum does something that is not recommended at all. In our application, we need to add the scheduler. Let me get more music going first. All right, so I don't want to send a heartbeat. What I want to do here is, like, how often do we want to clear stripe stuff? I would say once every hour. Hold on, and there's a utility for this. Cron tab uh, calculator. Crontab.guru. Yes, thank you. Ah, okay. So let's just say we'll do it on the 0. Okay, and yeah, I don't know about like at minute 0. I'm not sure that matters too much, but this would be every hour at minute 0. Okay, so yeah, that's what we want there. We could do it at minute 1. I don't think it matters. All right, and Messijo scheduler. I think that's where we want to keep some of these like cleanup things. Clear stale stripe events. All right, so get stale stripe events. We don't have created yet. Oh, and this is not Acme. This is Messijo. And I think those are the arguments that get passed to it. So I think we're good there. Hey, what's up, Brainless? I think you're gonna like this. This feels like some of the most like idiomatic Elixir code I've written in a while, where I'm doing, Messijo stripe webhooks. I've got my handle stripe webhook event, and I'm taking the event name that's passed to me, and I'm using a conditional to decide what module to farm it out to. And then we transform the stripe event, which could have a dot in it, into a method name with an existing atom and we apply and do some of that. Are you proud of me? Like, we still have some that lives here, but as we start getting like multiple methods, we start grouping them up. This one's a little gross where we're duplicating this, but for the meantime, I didn't feel like abstracting away too much. So this part's a little grosser, but we still have at least like the data function we care about, and then we just have like the event names that we care about, so we can still do the dynamic dispatch. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's over-engineered. But yeah, what you up to, Brainless? And man, Mind Over Magic. It's going well. Still not perfect. I need to get maybe 1 or 2 more cooks, but the new fire guy I got has made it to where like we have all the other meals like made now. So yeah, like our food problem is totally done. We still have a few people that, you know, get a little close to breaking because they're a pain in the ass. But yeah, like the latest thing that's getting me is as I explored too many things in the under school or whatever too quickly, and 2 rifts opened up at once, and that one fucked me. Yeah, because those are a higher level fight than I was anticipating. But yeah, dude, again, great game, man. Thanks for sharing. We're gonna pour another a beverage. Sorry, 1 second. I just saw a work thing. All right, sorry. And yeah, what's everyone up to? You have caused about 10 player additions to the game since it launched. What do you mean by that? What is a player addition? And I assume you're talking about RimWorld still, right? Or do you mean Mind Over Magic? 10 new Mind Over Magic players. Oh, I think I see what you're saying. Like you've recommended it to 10 people and they've installed it and whatever. Right? You should get a commission. And yeah, technically, Ethan got the game too. So yeah, if you're not counting him, I think tangentially it counts. Because then they tell two friends and they tell two friends. Yeah, exactly, Kinslayer. You know the reference. No, that's cool, man. That's awesome. All right, so yeah, we create the stripe event here. In the scheduler, we need to create this method on the repository. Nope. Oh, that's fine, man. No, keep playing RimWorld. Right? Like that's one of those games where you can just like pause it. Yeah, that's fine, man. And what's up, Two Craze? How you doing? Oh, Two Craze, was that you that said "what's up" that way over on YouTube yesterday? Oh, it's all or nothing. I get it. How long do you think we need to wait? Okay, yeah, no worries, Two Craze. Someone else, like as I was ending stream yesterday, typed WSP for like a "what's up" as well. So I don't know. Maybe that's just something you Zoomers do. I don't know. Yeah, how long do we think we need to like dedupe Stripe events for? Right? Do you think Stripe's gonna wait longer than an hour to resend the same event? I don't think they will, right? We could make it 2 hours. We could make it daily. Because I don't think it's gonna blow up our database nearly enough to matter. We could ask T3 chat. Why not? Wow, they recommend 30 days? For up to 3 days with an exponential backoff. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, simple string ID is very small. And this table, it's just the main ID and the stripe ID. I don't think we need to do anything regulation-based, data archival, frequency of duplicate events. I think 30 days is fine. Let's do this. Um, and Elixir doesn't allow you to do variables that start with numbers. Sure. Honestly, we've got the delete many and get stale. Why not just do delete stale? To calculate proper time distances? I feel like this is fine. Nah, 30 days ago, that seems chill. Like, I don't think we need to change that at all. Let's make sure the hair stays wild. There we go. People have said I could probably pull off the bald thing. Like, my head's got a good shape for bald. Yeah, maybe. I think nature's going to make that happen for me no matter what I do. Exactly. Like, I'm close enough. Yeah, I used to. So I mentioned that my dad used to have hair that resembled this, but he had curly hair. And he also used to get a perm because, yes, he was alive during the 70s. Um, but he had this hairline. So I always used to call my dad's hair a half-row, half of an afro. Almost want to create a website called halfrow.com. Just record all the glorious half-rows of the world. It's like people of Walmart, but better. I wonder if halfrow.com is actually available. It's available. It's available. And yeah, like the Nightbot command says, if you want to go to Cascadia.js, fill out that Google form, right? I won't do anything with your email address if you opt out. If you opt in, it's not an opt out. If you don't opt in to letting your email be shared, then the only person whose email gets shared with the organizers is the person who wins. If you do opt in, you could get notified when other giveaways happen. So just saying, Cascadia.js, it's a fantastic event. 2 full days of sweet JavaScript awesomeness. I'll be speaking on the Lightning talk stage. It is a multi-track thing, but they've done a really good job of making sure that whatever Lightning talk is going has nothing to do with whatever main talk is going. So you can like really pick and choose what topics you're concerned with. So I think that's cool. And the pre-party is fun. Like, I haven't sung at the karaoke yet, but this might be the year. We're gonna have to really think about songs I could sing for karaoke. Right? There's always the lazy stuff like Chumbawamba. There's stuff with a little higher degree of difficulty, like some Death Cab for Cutie or something. But yeah, especially if you have some karaoke skills, you should come to Seattle in September. Oh, and Theo's title interested me. Kimmy K2? I have not even heard of it. Looks like it's pretty new. Oh, wow. Interesting. Okay. Context length is not huge. But yeah. No, this seems good. Because, yeah, I'm using Quen 3 for some stuff, but dude, yeah, Kimmy seems to outperform all of this. Ooh, all right. I just downloaded Quen 3. What the fuck, dude? But yeah, I do plan on doing some vibe coding. I think vibe coding a JavaScript version of a game that I want to build in another framework could be cool. So yeah, I've been setting up like local models to do all that stuff. So yeah, it's not perfect, but the fact that it even competes with Claude Sonnet is kind of insane. So yeah, no, this is cool. Thank you, Theo, right? I may not be watching his stream, but I can see his title. And I need to check this out. So yeah, we're going to drag that over to the archive. Thanks, Theo. All right, let's get rid of some of these things. Because, yeah, we don't need a bunch of this stuff. Actually, I do want to keep those two open. But let's delete a bunch of these other things that I don't think we need as much anymore. Oh, actually, I do want to keep that one around, maybe. Lucide, we can close for now. Simple icons, we can close for now. The homemade analytics article, that was a good one. Yeah, I really appreciate Full Sacking for sharing that. All right. Yeah, that trimmed down the amount of tabs a little bit. Sweet. Okay, so we've got delete stale stripe events, and we want to call that from our scheduler. And then we don't have to do this like double query nonsense. So then, yes, clear stale stripe events. I do like the indirection or the abstraction of the scheduler maintaining its own methods that are going to get called, because then it's just one place to go look. So if we look at where we are configuring our scheduling, right? I like the idea of scheduler owning these things we call. I feel like that's fine mixing these. So yeah, right? Because it just seems like it would be more effort if I tried to like move where these things are, right? If they were in like a bunch of disparate places. I know the config says where they are, but just centralizing that stuff still makes sense to me. The alternative would be something like this. Anyone here got a preference? Like what seems like a more maintainable approach? Just letting the config call out to any module it wants and scheduling that way, or putting the clear stale stripe events on the scheduler. Anyone got a preference? And while you're thinking about it, I do have to go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Give me a second. I'm going to replace these ice packs in my pocket too, because they are warm again. Alrighty. So yeah, anyone got a preference? If not, I'm gonna leave it the way we have it. I'm gonna make it a to-do. And I think that's fine. Yeah, alright, cool. Oh, so brainless. Basically, I've got this Messijo scheduler clear stale stripe events, right? That's a method that lives on the scheduler. Or I could just have the config of the scheduler call out directly to messijo.billing and call the delete stale stripe events instead. To me, it makes sense to centralize things on the scheduler. But it does seem like it's just a layer of indirection at that point that maybe is not necessary. So I could just delete this and call directly out to messijo.billing. Here's my main thought. Maybe, right? Like, we don't know right now. So maybe it's not a decision we make yet. But as we add a couple more of these events, yeah, I mean, I know that's in the docs. What I'm saying is I don't care what the docs say, right? That's just documentation code. You don't have to take that as like a massive source of truth. Just because that's how they do it doesn't mean we have to do it that way. My thought is, though, that eventually we may have a scheduled event that has to do multiple things. Where would we want that to live? And I think the scheduler having these methods makes a lot of sense to me. Right? Like, it can be the owner of some, like right now, this is the naive case where it's just a single thing it's doing. But what if it has to do a bunch of stuff? Where would that function then live? Would we want to create a whole new module for it, or could it just live here on scheduler? So that's what I'm getting at, right? Like, I know what the docs show, right? And I'm even showing what the docs show in the place that I'm configuring it. I'm just saying we can structure our app however we want. We have a commented bit that would do what the docs show, or we can centralize the scheduler as the owner of the methods that do things on the schedule. And maybe right now we don't have to make a decision. As I start adding other scheduled events, it might become really obvious that, yeah, no, scheduler owning that makes a lot of sense. Because I wouldn't want to put it like, on if delete stale stripe events or whatever, like let's just say clear stale stripe events did a bunch of stuff and it wasn't just a single call to the repository. We wouldn't want to put that on the repository, though. Right? Because it's so implementation specific and the repository is just about abstracting the database. Yeah, I don't know. We don't have to make a decision. I was just thinking out loud about it. And this is part of the stuff that, like architecting your application this way, you're not even given that option when you're vibe coding. So I don't know. In general, I like to think about these kinds of things for later in a way that LLMs just don't. And it comes back to the thing we talked about yesterday. What is the effort to change it later? Pretty minimal. So we can just do it the way we think we want right now and then change it whenever we want. But the fact that we've even thought about it a little bit gives us context for later. I think. I don't know. So hold on. Wait, I do want to give myself a task so I don't forget about it. You'd create it on a dedicated module? Sure. I think that makes sense. And then, yeah, before we do anything, what we want to do is create a task for evaluate existing to-dos in codebase. It's fine. Like, for what I'm doing, it's overkill. Dude, a Trello board would work for what I'm doing. You're thinking about repo.ex? Yeah, no, and I get it. I understand that. I think mainly because there's nothing I could think that I want to put with this. But to me, scheduler, I'm okay with the scheduler being the owner of scheduled events, especially as they get more complex. I guess the thing I'm thinking about is like, and I know they're probably cheap, so there's probably no such thing as module bloat. So I don't know, right? Like you can have as many modules as you want, so it's probably not a concern. What methods does use quantum add to this? I don't know if it matters, but we could check. Right, it's got like a bunch of like job management stuff. So if it's like activate, add, deactivate, like, you know, all the job management, the fact that the thing we're putting on here as a method is the constituent of what a job is, it does almost feel like this is the right place for it. But maybe instead we'd create a folder called scheduler. Ooh, right? And then a folder called jobs. Or at least a module called jobs. I like that too. Okay. Okay. I don't think I want to put that here. Well, we do want to put it in lib, but maybe not inside the Messijo folder. Here's a question then, naming convention wise, right? Mailer is here in lib. Does Messijo.mailer make sense, or should I just call it mailer? Because we're not nested within the Messijo folder, and you can't see what I'm pointing at, sorry. So, like, how do you feel about naming conventions? To me, Messijo is just the top level. So, Firehose, mailer, whatever, they're still Messijo. Well, actually, no, this one is firehose.client. So I should probably keep it consistent. which means this should be just mailer. And then this would be mailer.batching. Hmm. Yeah, I know it doesn't need the prefix. I don't know, it just feels like it would be nice. But yeah, like swoosh.mailer. Yeah, so okay. I see what you're saying. That's another to-do ticket. I think that goes on the backlog because it doesn't prevent us from launching. Make module naming consistent. Because I like the idea of keeping that lib/Messijo folder. Excuse me. I like the idea of keeping the lib.messijo folder kind of focused on like repository kind of stuff, right? So like we see, I mean, it's not exact, but we see accounts, billing, right? And these are all like repo things. It does kind of break because of application. Stats here is just super gross. Yeah, stats we should probably refactor where this stuff lives. But yeah, like in general, anything besides repo and application, those are just repositories, right? So we're kind of like adding a bunch of junk in here that isn't all the same. And some of this stuff doesn't matter that much. It's just worth thinking about because how we structure this makes it easier to come back to if I haven't touched it for like a few months, you know? I think realistically, a lot of good like text editors should be able to fix it anyway. Let me get more music on. Sorry. I think synthwave belongs in a museum, Junior. What up? Which TV official TTV? I mean, the name seems familiar. I don't remember much else. Like, it's been a while. You don't even follow the channel anymore. How dare you? Last time you chatted was 9/13/2023. That was a long time ago, dude. Damn, that's a long time ago. And yeah, hold on. If I look at it. Okay. Yeah, your account was only a couple months old. No, it's fine. Twitch actually like ditches follows, right? Because there's a lot of follow bots, so they have some heuristics to identify bad follows. But sometimes people get caught in the crossfire. Like at one point, Melky's follow of Rocks actually disappeared. Right? I never actually specifically unfollowed Melky, I don't think. No, it's not your fault. Twitch does that. So, yeah, don't feel bad about it. I was just palling around. Sorry. Didn't mean to make you feel bad. But what's everyone up to today? Like, you enjoying your Saturday? It is a solid, fun Saturday right now. Yeah, for sure. Wait, what did I do here? What did I break? Oh, that was yeah. All right, so I don't know. We'll think about this. I'll put this stuff on scheduler for now, and then we'll think about refactoring. Which also means make module naming consistent. Scheduler dot something. Jobs. And yeah, dude, Steel Toad, thank you, man. I appreciate you. Great Saturday. Been cleaning up the house. Feels good. Yeah, I usually use Sundays for that kind of stuff. Because, you know, I don't stream on Sundays. Or I don't stream on this channel on Sundays. I got some sushi for dinner tonight. I'm stoked on that. It's going well, DT Code. What are you up to? And yeah, how's everyone on YouTube doing as well? You know, say hi. You're one page short of finishing the portfolio. Gotta say, you think it looks neat. Nice. You might be doing sushi too? Nice. Yeah, I got some rainbow roll and I got some tuna maki. You'll be 30 in 2 years? Yeah, time does fly, Witch, for sure. All right, so clearing stale stripe event. That's the one thing we need. So this includes magic links. And rate limiting. So that one's before we deploy. Module naming consistent. We can see. All right, so we go back to let's see, where do we have it sitting there? Yeah, so we've got Stripe here sitting at the top level too, and this is part of the reason why I'm doing Messijo.stripe, even though it's outside of the scope of that Messijo folder, because we don't want to overlap with Stripety Stripe. So that's a little trickier. But yeah, so we've got create stripe event here. What we want to do is check for that event as well. Get stripe event by event ID. All right, so we just check if we have an existing event. And we don't actually need to do the module lookup if there is no existing event either. Yeah, that's how time works. But which? No, that was just 2 years ago, dude. That's not that long. You just remember I had the beanie and you didn't realize I was balding as much. I was so much older then. I'm younger than that now. That's a song, by the way. Some you Zoomers might not know the classics. I don't remember what artist that is, though. Shit. It's by the Birds. Ah, My Back Pages. Okay. Yeah, it's a classic song. Yeah, the Birds are good, too. Shit. What other songs did the Birds do? And wait a minute. The Byrds helped David Byrne move away from folk music. I was going to say, like, he wasn't in the Byrds, was he? No. Oh, they did Mr. Tambourine Man. Turn. Oh. Oh, that's cool. Man. I didn't realize how many good songs the Byrds actually did. I'm a much bigger fan of Buffalo Springfield. And bigger than them, I'm a bigger fan of Crosby, Stills, and Nash without the Neil Young. I didn't realize Neil Young played piano for Buffalo Springfield, though. Interesting. I would not have guessed that. Classic songs. Am I into the Bee Gees? They're all right. Disco's a bit vapid. Hold on. Am I using that word right? Offering nothing that is stimulating or challenging. Yeah. Yep. Disco's a bit vapid. That said, there's like, Boogie Oogie and some like the funk precursor songs that are nice, right? Like Boogie Nights is super good too. Like the bass lines for those songs nail it. As a bassist, maybe that's why I like those songs, because they are a bit vapid as well. I don't even know who that is. All right, so let's continue building this out. So yeah, subscription data, I think we're good there. For invoices, oh, Elton John. Poises yourself. Maybe take some time and actually type. You know, you don't have to send it immediately. You can actually proofread the things you say. I know it's the craziest thing. You Zoomers have no idea what proofreading even is. You just use ChatGPT for it, don't you? And brainless. So hold on. How Novell? Yeah, totally. I mean, brainless. It's working right now. You didn't need ChatGPT for that. Have I seen the new episodes of South Park? No, but we were just talking about it earlier. Someone's like, that was Condi who said they missed South Park seasons, but they have a new season. So yeah, was it good? Brainless, that's what the stripe deduping is. Right? We're already deduping stripe events using that table that we created. Right? That's what the stale stripe events scheduler is for cleaning up those. And we looked at ETS, we looked at Amnesia, we looked at a whole bunch of other like Elixir native key value stores, and it just, I don't know, it didn't make sense. Especially because none of them have an expirable field. So none of them can fill the void that like a Redis does. So that's why we had to create the scheduler event for it to clean up stale events. So yeah, you're joining a bit late. You missed the part where we set that up, but yeah, just letting you know. We're already deduping events because Stripe requires, or not doesn't require, but recommends you do so. So we're already doing that. All of these events are already going to be deduped based on their ID. And technically, while you were watching, you actually just saw me code that out. So what's the deal, man? That's fine. It's okay. I'm just having fun. But literally, you were here when I was doing the check for an existing event and, hold on, if no existing event, there we go. Or maybe like is nil. Yeah, there we go. Right? Then we do all this stuff where we proxy to those methods. So we're already doing that part. That's fine. It's okay. You're not expected to catch every little thing. That's my job. Like, I have to be the one aware of the code, right? You're just passively watching as entertainment. So I get it. Don't feel bad. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I just thought it was funny. Like, I literally just did that. But that is the nature of streaming in general. You know, people jump in. As a streamer, we should be more resilient to people saying, hey, you should do X when I just did X or whatever, right? Yeah, it's like really, really, really prevalent as a thing that happens in Twitch streams. So yeah, I wasn't trying to make you feel bad about it. I just thought it's funny. Like it's another instance of, hey, you should do blank. I just did blank. You know. But okay, so invoices and subscriptions. I think invoices, we've got a bunch of to-dos that we don't necessarily care about yet. Yep. Yeah, so those are good. So then checkout sessions. I don't think I'm doing anything with checkout session. Oh shit, which TV? Yeah, that's a bummer, man. I gotta sneeze. Hold on. Woo! Sorry for the sneeze. Woo! Oh, that's fine. Dude, which TV? I stream 5 days a week, so there's plenty of time to catch up. I stream 2,000 plus hours a year. When Twitch gives me that number, I always feel a little bad about it. So basically, I stream 2,000 plus hours on this stream. I stream like 2,500 plus hours on the other stream, on the gaming stream. And then I got a full-time job. And then I guess I do other stuff in the remaining hours besides sleep. Maybe? The work hours do overlap with the gaming hours quite a bit. Because I use Gaming Stream for co-working. Your Twitch recap for last year said you watched 12,000 hours of Twitch last year. Damn, dude. And I'm willing to bet Gaming Stream... Gaming Stream makes up a good, probably 1,500 of that for you. Is it? Yeah, 8760 hours in a year. So yeah, you are doing 2 streams open at the same time. Yeah, good catch. And some you leave running while you sleep. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. that's a lot. Like you're leaving 2 running at night. Damn, dude. So I'm really wondering if I actually need to listen to these events. $3,160 hours watched in 2024. Damn. And yeah, hold on. Airliners live while you mod the chat and clip stuff, but then you have a coding stream open and listen and chat in that one too. Sure, that makes sense. Okay, so you did get some good news. Your website, it's been completely redone. You have over 700 users. Nicely done. Hell yeah. Is that paying users, or is that free tier users, or is that like all of them together? Either way, that's awesome. Like, that's huge, dude. But yeah, I'm curious about the segmenting of that data. You wish paid. Yeah, no, exactly. Dude, 700 users is still cool, man. Don't feel bad about it. Just figure out how you can make them paid users, right? Which is what I just made a to-do comment about here. Right? This might be good for optimizing and recognizing which users were close to subscribing but didn't. And figuring out how we could then target them for a, hey, we noticed you almost subscribed, like, and do some bullshit there, right? Rome wasn't built in a day. But Rome Snowboards was built in like one season. No, it was built up over a bunch of seasons. And technically, right, you must love that song, Wherever I May Roam. Which is really just about where you join tree, like your local tree REI group. Where you lay your head is Rome. Touche, touche. And what's up, Amir? How you doing? And Coach Spin, Mr. Sir. Did you get any reply back for that role? And I do want to point out, you could apply for the other one. We're having a great day. Yeah, we're chilling. So yeah, Code Spin. I don't remember if you're like mainly back end or front end these days. No, that makes sense. Yeah, no, I get you. We have this other role that says local only, but for the right person, right, with enough experience, etc., we could actually make an exception. So, Code Spent, Space Case, if you're out there, it wouldn't hurt you to apply for this role either. And maybe in like the notes, say something like, I applied for the other role. I think I might be a better fit for this. You know, just depending on if you're like more of an app dev versus like a backend dev. But yeah, bonus points with experience with Electron and like some of this stuff, right? Figma, data visualization, blah, 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 right? This is a front end focused role. So yeah, experience building component libraries and design systems and some of that stuff, right? Like, dude, I think this is actually more up the alley of a bunch of the people here. No, I get it, Codespin. This is just the bonus points section. You can learn the Electron stuff as you need. It's not a big deal if you have never built an Electron app. That's fine. Yeah, Amir, I work at GetKraken as a developer advocate. It's for a module name generation. I mean, sure, Brainless, you can share it. We can take a look. For when I modularize the event name. We already did that part. And what's up, Frankie? So, Frankie, are you here for like pure Elixir content? You want to see like some in-depth Elixir magic? Okay, so yeah, right. We're already doing the modularization of Stripe events, but we're doing just like a lookup, right? Like we're just doing a very simple way of abstracting that. So the part where we're doing that is just this condition part of things. I feel like we'd do enough like string manipulation that the performance difference between your approach and my approach would end up being similar. Because we'd have to do a bunch of like prep to get it to what you're talking about. think this module selection is just fine. Working with JS since it exists, though. Since 1995? Really? Damn, dude. All right. Dude, I bet you got some stories. Holy shit. Let me get more music on. Yeah, I think the performance difference doesn't matter as much. Like, I don't know. I'm okay with this condition block versus like the dynamic aspect of it, because I think we'd still have to do a bunch of other stuff, right? So you're doing white space or underscore, but we'd also have to add like the dot to it. And then I don't know. Is it worth it? I don't think it's worth it. And actually, I think I'd want to remove the underscore and make it just the dot. I don't know if it's worth refactoring at this point. This is cool, though. This is very cool. I mean, but you're still doing the underscore. When I don't think I want to break on an underscore. So yes, non-word would be the dot character, and that part's fine. But the underscore, I think, is wrong. No, and I get it. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think what I got right now is fine. I just don't think we're going to have nearly as many events for where this is going to matter. But I do like this. I am going to add it as a comment at least. How about that? But hold on. I got to play more music. Sorry. Silence. Ugh. Gross. Silence? Ain't nobody got time for that. And man, yeah, we got a good crew here. Man, that is so many mods. I think I might have the most mods of any channel here on like at least in this category. I'd be curious about that. Like, how many more mods do I have than other streams? Probably a lot. I mod everyone that I want to make a VIP, but I'm out of VIP slots. It's actually that simple, right? If you're VIP worthy, but I'm out of VIP slots, I'm either going to promote someone else and add you as a VIP, or I'm just going to make you skip the VIP and make you a mod anyway. Because I don't expect anything of my mods other than being good examples of a community that I want to surround myself with, right? Like being an example that other chatters can see, you know? Is it 19 right now? Yikes, that is a lot. Yeah, exactly, Ethan. I was gonna VIP you, but didn't have any slots. Fuck it, Express Pass, there you go. Welcome, mod of the bong table. It's like a Knight of the Round Table, but way chiller. The CMG Ambassador Program. Ooh, yeah, honestly, that's what it is, yeah. Honestly, I just want my mods and VIPs, and VIPs are separate, but like I want my mods to be a good example for other people chatting, you know? That's the only thing. That's the only expectation. Oh, yeah, for sure. I even used to do the sound effect, right? Like, oh, right? Or whatever. which is a reference to Ace Ventura 2. Yeah, yeah, right? Like the Queen of England knights people with the sword. I knight people with the bong. You count 99 mods? Got 99 mods, but Brainless ain't one? Yeah, exactly. Like, you could put that on your resume. You could totally put it on your resume. I mean, I wouldn't, but you could. I'm an honored mod of the bong table. They're all decorative by now. I mean, you're on the path to get one anyway. Yep. Top of the pay band, obviously. Yeah, dude. Duh. Duh. And we joke about that. But you know what? Dude, Prime and Theo, you might actually be able to put being a mod for them on your resume. That might actually be a thing. For my channel, probably not. But for them, ooh, that might actually be resume worthy. All right, so let's keep going. The to-do we want to do here is maybe... Oh. Your most interesting ban on the platform was done to you by a very lovely person. She accidentally banned you while going to the kitchen and putting her phone on the butt pocket. Ooh, brutal. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I've accidentally banned a few people here in this channel just because, like, there was someone I wanted to ban, and, like, the chat, like, bumped up just quick enough that I clicked the other person's name instead. That happens. But yeah, X Factor. 2 years experience with slinging swords and Primogen's chaotic chat. Right? Like, so chaotic. Yeah, I know. I should just do /ban. I just click the button. I just click buttons, man. But yeah, no, I should use /ban. Yeah, exactly, brainless. It's really easy to fix, though. You click the button, you undo it. My bad, sorry. But then they have to, like, redo their follow or something, so it's a little annoying. %80 of the time I have a whiskey in my hand. I don't know about that much, but yeah, no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Wow, is Theo still talking about Kimmy K2, or did my Twitch not update? Or maybe like he was, but he just didn't update his title. My guess is he's giving it a shot, like he's trying it out locally and all that. So yeah, maybe that's why it's taking longer than his normal segments. But yeah, so just in case, back from an excursion into Elixir. Interesting. Wait, Frankie, like you are? You're back from an excursion into Elixir? Like just looking up what it is, what it does, like, you know, because you're a JS dev, you were just curious and wanted to check it out? Makes sense. Just surfing. Yeah, Elixir and the Beam VM is really interesting. Yeah. There's actually a video by Honeypot that I think is maybe one of the best intros to Elixir and why it exists. Right? So, Elixir, the documentary. So yeah, in general, I just wanted to share this like post. I posted it just a second ago, right? That getkraken.bamboohr careers 159. I would highly recommend if you think you are qualified, you got 7 years of experience, you know, all these things seem totally up your alley, right? Don't necessarily look at the hybrid part as a deal breaker. So just throwing that out there. Feel free to apply. That's fine. Again, if you like doing front end JavaScript stuff and you like building applications and you want to work on GitKraken desktop, this is specifically for that role. Damn, I love the fact that this part here is actually so up to date. I'm not sure what fast actually is, but dude, right? Web components using React Vue Lit. I don't know what fast is, but you know, state management using Redux, Yotai, MobX. The fact that Yotai is even in there, dude, our recruiter's good. She kills it, and she's really cool too. Like, yeah, she kills it. So yeah, just keep in mind the hybrid thing is a fuzzy requirement. GK was slow on your previous machine? Interesting. Yeah, no worries, brainless. Like, I mean, we have other job openings for like senior backend engineer. But this is more of like a Go role. We don't do any Elixir at GitKraken. Like Go is the biggest thing we use on our backend, and then TypeScript for maybe some microservices, I think. I don't know enough about that. I'd have to double check. But I'm pretty sure the core canonical API is Go. If you want, I don't know. It's not necessarily something I want to do right now. 1 second. And Amir, wait, why are you sorry? Nah, man, this is a solid album. It's a really good album. Yeah. Why are you saying sorry though? You don't have to say sorry because you like a song. Oh, that's fine. No, I get it, Amir. That's fine. Brainless. Yeah, what I would actually say is I know the people that were at the company Highlight, if I could spell. Right? So Highlight.io is now a part of Launch Darkly. So if you go look at Launch Darkly, and dude, I need to register. Yeah. I need to set up a call. Whatever. Deny all, but yeah, Launch Darkly may have some. Oh God. They should really make their mobile menu escape sensitive. Get out of my face. Get the funk out of my face. They do have openings for observability stuff here. No. So just keep in mind, Launch Darkly is a large company now. So they acquired Highlight.io, which is an observability platform. So you could help them bring observability into the Launch Darkly like ecosystem. Let's see if we can find it. Right, full stack engineer, mobile observability, iOS engineer, observability. Like, dude, any of these observability roles, I'm happy to give someone a shout out as a recommendation. Like, seriously, we know some iOS people. Some of y'all iOS engineers in chat. I'd be happy to give a recommendation to the person I know at Launch Darkly who could maybe get you pushed out. Any front-end roles? I don't know. I'm not sure, Notai. I don't know anyone outside of the observability area. But I would be happy to introduce people. Right? Just bare minimum, like, hey, man, this person's always been cool in my chat. Check it out. I'm not saying the person I know will absolutely forward you to HR or whatever, but never hurts. But yeah, observability is like the only thing I'm specifically aware of. Technically, someone reached out to me about this. I would probably try to argue for that. How is observability defined here? It's metrics, right? So basically just think what's the open spec, right? Open telemetry. In general, you should be really aware of open telemetry. Now, that's not to say that you need to be experienced in open telemetry. No, open telemetry is more like, think about Datadog, think about all of those like observability companies. Open telemetry is an open specification that these companies can then adopt, and if you want to move from company to company, it's still the same like basic infrastructure, and you're just changing the provider. Right? Because you're using the same common specification on your end. So the migration from provider to provider in the observability space could be easier if you're using OpenTelemetry, or OTel, as it's known. I'm curious about this. Hold on. What is OpenTelemetry? And if we go to videos, hot damn, I'm still the first one. So I made this video for Highlight.io. They only have 600 subscribers, but this video has hit 29,000 views. This is the best video I've ever made, and it wasn't even on my own channel. Damn, it's crazy how much Coding Jesus like got views wise from just roasting roasting pirate software. Damn, man. That's brutal. Oh, that's so brutal. Oh shit. Hey, bots won. Ah. I just saw this. Hold on, am I on the right channel? Yeah, I am. Thanks. Hold on. Best intro to open telemetry they've seen. Yeah, that's cool, man. So yeah, what's up, Stack Overchill, Mr. Sir? And then No Tie. You'd love to work in SF. So yeah, No Tie. There are a lot of roles in San Francisco, and a lot of them offer relocation assistance. So I would say just start looking. Like, dude, like, yeah, like there are ways that you can search by location. There are plenty of companies in SF that will offer relocation assistance, No Tie, especially if you're here in the US. If you're in another country and you need a visa, that's tougher. But if you're in the US, like in bumfuck nowhere, relocation assistance is a thing for a lot of SF companies. I'd say check out Sentry because they seem fucking awesome. You know, Launch Darkly. Like, there's so many companies in SF that you should check it out. So yeah, attending conferences and networking. It's slow right now, but progress. I get you. So wait, No Tie, are you near the area? And for everyone here on Twitch, No Tie is over on YouTube. You know, just to give you the context, like where this is coming from. And let's drum up the hair a bit more, because why not? But yeah, are you like in California? Because if relocating is actually something you could do without needing relocation budget, you might want to check out work at a startup. I think Angel List has their own like job board as well. But work at a startup is like the Y Combinator like startup thing. So if you want to get a job in San Francisco, a lot of the companies on work at a startup would prefer that you live in SF. Like there's a few where they actually want someone in person, and I don't want to move right now. But if the salary is right, I could be convinced. I'm not looking at the moment. Let me just point that out. Yeah. Sorry, X Factor. Yeah. I got the two chats going at once, and I should announce when I'm talking to which one. But yeah. You would eat the cost to relocate. So yeah, at that point there, No Tie, I would recommend checking out work at a startup. Yeah. Some like suspect users I will chat with, and they are like restricted. so other people don't have to see their bullshit, so they're not prompted to respond to a troll. That happens from time to time. It's pretty rare, but it does happen. It does go with the hairstyle. I mean, I love this hairstyle. I just wish I had more hair right here. You know? Maybe this hairstyle is more fitting when you're balding. But yeah. I'll schedule a chat. If I could get that, I'd consider this role. If it's just that, it's not worth the effort. And I'd rather be loyal to the company I'm at right now. But yes, just again, I want to point it out. We have a senior backend engineer role here at GitKraken. This one is fully remote. Like fully remote. And then there is that front end role that you should probably also check out because it may say hybrid. It may say hybrid, but it can be more than that. Right? For the right engineer, for the right person. And then real quick, sorry about that. And what's up, Java lovers? How you doing? So Frankie, my bad. Did you give us a link and I missed it? No, I didn't say no. I said I'd check it out. I gave you regulars permission to do so. It's just not necessarily something we do a lot. Do I think given a million JS libs, there could exist a new JS approach out there? What do you mean by that? Like, are you saying because there's so many libraries, like everything's already been made, so why bother? Dude, nah, there's so much shit. Now, there's room for all sorts of innovation still in the JS-TS ecosystem. Like, dude, like, just look at, like, Effect TS. And keep in mind that, like, technically, there were other things that tried to do what Effect does that just didn't catch the zeitgeist at the time. I think it's fine, right? If you haven't looked at Effect, Frankie, like if you're like really, really into JavaScript, you should look at Effect because some very, very smart people are very much into it. One thing to remember though is it's better for backend JavaScript than front-end JavaScript. Just due to like, you know, blowing up your bundle. But if you're doing server-side JavaScript or TypeScript, Effect is something you should definitely be considering. Right? Dylan Mulroy is a huge fan. And keep in mind, like, I think Effect solves the same problem as RxJS, I'd be curious what the Primogen thinks about effect, because he hated RxJS because they used it in significant ways on the back end at Netflix. I still think there's value to it, but as a different abstraction, like, yeah, I'd be really curious about what Prime thinks about effect. I'd like to see him actually use it and work with it and find the rough edges around it. I think that would be something he'd be really good at. But I don't think they have the budget to sponsor him doing so, so he'd have to do it out of the kindness of his own heart, which he does. Especially if he thinks he's going to get a lot of like viewership out of it. But not only because of that. So, micro components. So how does this differ from web components? Right? So Frankie, like lit HTML does exactly that. It's built on modules you can add to a tag. That's exactly how the web component spec works. Like, that's literally how web components work. You define the tag they look for, and the browser engine decides how to do that. No, lit is not monolithic. You can do like tree shaking and all that stuff with lit. There's also stencil, which is a web component abstraction that does tree shaking as well. But no, lit is totally tree shakeable. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like, lit is absolutely tree shakeable. That's the whole point of lit, to make managing web components easier. Yeah, this right here seems super gross. I understand it's demo code, but no thank you. I mean, I'm just going to say, like, web components are just as tree shakeable as this, right? If you have to bind these things manually, that's a fucking problem, actually, because a framework should handle this part for you. Right? Maybe this is made for people that don't want to use a bundler, right? If you're using a bundler, lit's just fine. You can do per route bundling using lit components just fine. As far as I understand it. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, see, so I don't believe in the build free aspect. I think it's trying to solve a problem that just doesn't exist for me as an application dev. If you're using JavaScript to simply like decorate existing stuff, sure, that's just not a use case that I find value in at this point. I'm an application dev. I do not do sprinkles of JavaScript to decorate things. Right? Because with a proper framework like Astro, you can still think like an application dev, and it will build out the static stuff that you care about and then decorate things for you. So yeah, I've completely abandoned the progressive enhancement as like a thing that I need to do because it's a framework concern. So if you haven't looked at Astro, I'd highly recommend looking at Astro. I think Astro completely blows away any need for something like this. If I'm building a static site that I just want to decorate with some, interactivity, I'm just going to use Astro. If I'm building anything else, I'm going to build a single page application that then has its own build process that does per route bundling, and I'm done. So yeah, this is where I push back on some of these things because they try and solve a problem that I just don't have. I push back on Next.js. I don't think Next.js is a great thing for everything. I think it's really good at what it's actually good at. And I think the things that it is less good at, there are way better ways to go about building stuff. If you need SEO, you know you need SEO, right? And if you know you can't be static, then you can't be static. No, this is a standing desk, but it's a crank standing desk. And no, I'm just sitting. Now, I maintain good posture in my chair, and the stand-up thing doesn't matter to me at that point. If you're not aware, standing for too long is just as bad as sitting for too long as far as blood clots go in your legs. Right? Standing for too long is just as bad as sitting for too long. The goal of a sit-stand desk is to change it up every half hour. But nobody does that. And man, this was a fresh bottle. Technically, we've only gone through like the mini part. We're probably not going to get too much deeper. But that was a brand new bottle. Shit. I would recommend nobody drink as much as I do. I'm trying to cut down. Not today, obviously, but in general. All right, let me check out this link. Pick the wrong week to stop sniffing glue. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, damn right, Glauber. And am I saying your name right? Is it Glauber or Glauber? Because I've seen a couple other Glauber people as well, and I just wonder if I've been saying their name wrong the whole time. And I'm curious, is that a German name? And what's up, Mr. Faberdev? Yeah, how you doing, Mr. Sir? All right, so hold on. You have a motorized standing desk and agree, never multiple times a day. You switch it to standing when you come back from lunch, do about 30 to 60 minutes, and then it's back to sitting. And that's totally fine, right? Like, well, hold on. Could you do a phonetic spelling? The part I'm curious more about is the AU, right? So spell it how someone who has never seen it spelled would spell it. Is it Glauber or Glauber? And then the last syllable we can get to, but I'm still asking about the first syllable. Is it Glauber or Glauber? So Glauber, all right? But then the second syllable, is it burr or bear? Right? So it's like Glauber. Or Glauber. Glauber. And then I would guess because of the bear, it's technically Glauber. Right? I would put the emphasis on the second syllable. So Glauber. Are we good? So what you might actually want to do at some point, up to you, is understand what phonetic spelling means. And it's just spell it how any old speaker of the language would actually spell it. It's not necessarily what you would see in the Wikipedia about the pronunciation. Like, you know, because who the fuck does an umlaut in regular typing? Nobody. But could you spell it how a naive person would and then emphasize the syllable that matters by capitalizing it? Boom. That is basic phonetic spelling. It's not proper phonetic spelling, but you can get across how someone could pronounce your name via text. So all I want to say is, like, the way you spelled Glauber with the 2 R's didn't help me at all. It didn't help me whatsoever. You know? Right? Which is why I had to, like, ask all the questions to finally get there. People keep calling you Ethan when it's methane. Yeah, obviously. And then if you wanted me to know how to pronounce your last name, this, like, is it Brennan or is it Brennan? Right? If it's Brennan, you could do Brennan, right? Like, just learning how to let people know how to pronounce your name becomes really valuable. Nori's X Factor. Yeah, like, it's their name, and they want it now. Yes, that was a reference. Some people know the exact reference I'm making. It's your name, and you want it now. Is it Brennan or Brennan? Instead, you could spell it phonetically and let me know. So learning how to do so would have value. Just to understand, like, when you need to read the pronunciation of someone else's thing, it becomes pretty valuable. So Brennan. All right, cool. Just making sure. So you're not Mr. Faberdev. You are MR Faberdev. So if I just say Faberdev, is that better? Or should I call you MR? Up to you. I'm not going to guarantee that I'm going to remember it perfectly. But if you remind me, it'll just take once or twice, and then I'll have it forever. All right, so hold on, Frankie. Expand my tag. Okay. Here. Okay. Right, like, dude, what value do I have from seeing every property on MC? I have 0 value of seeing this, right? That's fine. I would much rather have something abstract this out for me, and that's the power of Angular, right? You don't need to see all the fucking other bullshit You can just see the thing that you're manipulating, right? So I don't know, man. I prefer frameworks. I'm sorry. Like, no thanks. This isn't for me. No thank you. I'm good. This just doesn't work in any paradigm of application or web dev that I actually subscribe to. No offense, if you like it, go for it. That's cool. It doesn't mean you should not apply to other stuff. Open heart surgery. I just think it's giving us too much, right? When I'm trying to debug how an application, like how a component is working in my application, I don't actually care about all the DOM bullshit. I don't give a fuck, right? Hide that shit away from me. And Angular does that really well because it hides a lot of the abstraction in like reflection and decorator stuff. Angular does a really good job of, if I'm going to log this component, I can do so. And I'm not going to see all the bullshit about like where the template comes from and where the other shit comes from. I just see the state that I care about when I'm debugging. There's huge value to that. I don't give a fuck, right? The template rendering, the HTML part of things, that's the framework's job. I don't need to see that shit. I don't give a fuck about the DOM. That's the framework's job. It ends up just being noise. Yeah, right? So, again, sounds cool. It's not something I would ever use if other people want to use it, especially people who are trying to just decorate things that their server rendered as a template. Major value. I understand that. I totally get it. I don't do application dev like that. No, and that's fine, Frankie. I just do not ever want my backend rendering templates other than just spitting out JSON, right? Technically, spitting out JSON is a template, but I fucking hate rendering HTML from the backend. My backend shouldn't give a shit. That's not the backend's job. The backend is simply to expose data that I consume elsewhere. I fundamentally, like, almost religiously believe in the separation of concerns from front end to back end. No, and I get it, Frankie. What I'm telling you now is that the thing that I'm recognizing is that the framework you're shouting out, microcomponents, is better for back end rendering a template and then decorating it with functionality. Right? Right? If I was going to statically render, I'd just use Astro because Astro has a better abstraction. So if you haven't looked at Astro, I think Astro solves any other problem that you should probably think about. Okay, so I just disagree at this point. Dude, microcomponents just have no place in any stack that I actually want to use. It's that simple. Sorry. Maybe it would have value inside of like an individual like configuration view in VS Code for like an extension. I could see that. I've definitely used like a smaller framework for just building out a single fucking page like configuration for a VS Code extension. And I forget what I even used for that. Right? HTML, no, sorry, Assorted Biscuits is doing that. So hold on, let me double check. Yeah, what is Assorted Biscuits using for its configuration page? Sinuous. So I could see it solving a problem that Sinuous has, but this is such an edge case, you know? Like web components doesn't, like, sorry, not web components. Micro components doesn't solve any problem I have besides the one that maybe Sinuous is solving. But that's such an edge case that I don't know, man. It's just not for me. Right. But the thing about the Swiss Army knives is that they're never the best tool for the thing that they do. Right? If you don't have any other tool that solves that problem, then a Swiss Army knife is better than nothing. But a Swiss Army knife is never better than a dedicated tool that solves that same problem. Right? For like the one thing you might flip out. Right? So in general, I actually consider Swiss Army knives an anti-pattern for libraries and frameworks. Tools are adding bloat, don't I think? What tool are you talking about? Like, be more specific. What tool? Is Astro adding bloat? No, it isn't. Like, really, please look into Astro. Astro does not add bloat. No. Single page application with React does not add bloat. It's specifically exactly what I needed. I'm building an application. I need just per route bundling, and that's it. What bloat? An extra 30K for the React library? Dude, your users don't give a shit about 30K. Nobody, not a single user, not even mobile. Dude, micro components is still a tool. Frankie, hold on. Micro components is still a tool. It's still adding bloat that you don't need in some way or another, right? So don't try and say tools always add bloat, because if your tool doesn't add bloat, then tools don't always add bloat. So you can't paint all tools with that broad brush. I understand you're passionate and you're a fan of this thing. It's just not for me. Yet you are actually creating the tautology, though. The thing you have is a tool. If you're saying all tools add bloat, then the thing you have adds bloat by definition, right? So instead, the way you painted tools is actually incorrect, right? We're pointing out the actual flaw in the logic of saying tools add bloat. I'm literally pointing at the flaw in your logic right now. It's not my logic, it's your logic. And I'm not trying to shit on it. I'm just saying, like, were you one of the authors of microcomponents? I think it's cool, man. I think it's very nice. I think your actual better niche is decorating server-side rendered HTML. I don't think SPAs is the right approach for microcomponents at all. If you want to disagree, that's fine. I'm not trying to like create some war or flame war or whatever. I'm just simply saying the value I see to the thing that you showed me with microcomponents is actually decorating stuff that the server renders. And that's it. And that's the only value I see with it. Does it mean I'm right? No, but that's just my opinion, man. I think there are plenty of other minimal tools. I think there are plenty of other options I would reach for. Does it mean I'm right? No. This is just my opinion, man. So, yeah. I'm not trying to say anything I say is the absolute truth. This is just what I believe as a person. If you disagree, that's fine, but you're not going to convince me. Because this is the wrong place to try and convince someone. You can convince me. It is possible. but you're not going to convince me with micro components. Sorry, like, nope. Not going to happen. Other things, I could be convinced. I could be convinced about all sorts of shit. But no, micro components does not solve any problem I've ever had. Because of the way I develop websites versus applications versus whatever. No, and that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, more power to you. Happy to chat more about it. Happy to have you in the community. But yeah, just being honest. I feel like I'd be doing you a disservice if I said, looks great, and then just moved on, right? I'm not that kind of person. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, no worries. And honestly, Frankie, like, yeah, man, more power to you. If you can find people that do find value, that's awesome. That's your target market. I'm just not part of your target market, right? And, you know, you're not selling your library, but you are kind of selling it, right? Like selling without a monetary exchange. All libraries have to sell themselves in some way. But it's a different kind of sales. But in general, I'm not your customer, right? Customer in quotes. Because I have very specific ways that I develop applications. So anyway, yeah, we can move on. You know, we're not even towards the end of this stream. Because I don't have any gaming crew to hang out with tonight. Robotic Head is out of town. Algo Bro, I believe, is celebrating a birthday or something. So hold on, let me at least wish him a happy birthday. 1 second. All right, so hold on. All right. Two Craze, you're asking about Rust. I think Rust is good when you need that level of performance. In general, you need to know you need that level of performance before it's worth the squeeze, right? Before that juice is worth the squeeze. I think there are some very specific cases where Rust is awesome. But if I'm building just a web app, no, Rust and like Wasm and U, or like, you know, like any of those frameworks that do Rust and Wasm, they're not that valuable unless you're doing something like a thing I've built called, oh shit, what was the name of it? It was Sell Your Life. So right here, I'm doing some WebAssembly compiled from Rust. But basically, sorry, I saw a message I had to respond to. Right, in general, we can do this, and this is Conway's Game of Life at 60 frames a second. Right, and this is a web app compiled from Rust, and I gave a talk at the Manning Rust conference that was online in 2022, I believe, maybe 2021. But what you'll see is, oh my god, we hit a duplicate frame. And yeah, this cell is dead now, right? The thing about this is we keep every single one of these 105 frames or steps in memory, and we're checking for a duplicate on every single iteration. If I was doing this in JavaScript or TypeScript, it would be way fucking slower, and I would not be hitting 60 frames a second. Right? Until the just-in-time compiler maybe kicked in. But with the Rust, it's just WASM, and it's real fucking data types, and it's real booleans, and it's real numbers, and all that shit. Right? I can have just a proper fucking decimal or just a proper integer instead of having everything be a float like JavaScript or TypeScript before the JIT kicks in. This is massively performant because it was written in Rust, but I didn't write it in the best Rust possible. That's the thing, right? As a pleb, as someone who's not an expert with Rust, you can still just clone things out, right? Whenever building this application, Rust complained about lifetimes or borrowing, I just cloned the thing. And Rust can figure out which clones are necessary and aren't. And I can make a performant application without having to think about it. That is the value of Rust. If you need performance, Rust is the right tool for the job. But not every job needs performance right off the bat. So I think that's the biggest thing to recognize about building applications. What needs to be optimized immediately? Not everything, right? Drill down into Rust or some other thing just because. Frankie, tell you about a code problem I have right now? The thing we're working on today is this stuff. In general, when you come into stream, you can just do the today, and that is like the main goal of the stream for today. And we're still working on that part. We're just ranting and chatting a little bit about random stuff. Technically, you're the person that derailed us, and I'm okay with being derailed, because that's the whole point of streaming. But I actually have a plan of stuff I need to do. It's not a problem I have. It's just a thing I need to do. It's a task. I wouldn't call it a problem or an issue. It's just a task. And we will work on that task, and we'll get to the end of it, and that's fine. So, Frankie, if you see something, shout it out. But in general, treat this more as like a co-working stream and less as maybe like pair programming or mob programming. I'm not always looking for every single critique of a thing I've done because I want people to weigh whether it matters as much as their opinion of if they should even make the comment. Like, in general, I build stuff. I've been building stuff here on Twitch for 7 years. Cellulife was one of them. I got a lot of projects, man. I built NeoVim extensions. I built all sorts of shit. When you ask if I have a problem is just a task to solve. I don't treat what I do as a problem unless I'm stuck on it. And I don't typically get stuck on things for very long. So I'm not necessarily looking for people here in chat to solve my problems. I think instead we can just pair program and work on shit together and then have conversations like we just did. And there's a lot of value and fun to that. But in general, I'm not looking for chat to solve my problems. In fact, me solving the problem is the entire point of programming, because the more problems I solve myself without being told what to do, the better I get. I don't like using a number, but I've been a dev for a while. I typically know what I want to do, and usually how I want to do it, to where if I have a question, I'll actually just ask rather than needing feedback on every little step I take. There are some streams where people are beginners and they're learning and they value input from people more knowledgeable. In this stream, that context is usually such a smaller niche that I'm not looking for general feedback. I'm looking for something very specific when I'm looking for feedback. And I'll ask about it, you know? I'll just say it out loud. It's easy. Does that help frame like this kind of stream? Specific like what? Like this right here. So I'm doing some dynamic dispatch where I'm deciding what Elixir module to call out to. I didn't ask for a better way to do that, but Brainless here in chat did shout out that there is a way to make this module selection actually more dynamic, which is possible. I don't think it's worth fixing right now, but when I was building it, if they had been here, we'd be totally good. And 1 second. Sorry there, 2Craze. Yeah, we do have a bot just prevent links in general. Let me just give you permissions and you're good. Yeah, like if Brainless had been here when I was writing this initial functionality, I may have written it more like this. But there's like more work to do to actually do it the way that they're recommending. Like I'd have to change the file structure and where the files live to where it wouldn't actually change anything. It's just like, it's a bunch of rigmarole to do something theoretically better, but the way we're doing it is just fine. Here's the thing, Frankie, I'm not asking for code. Don't worry about it. It's totally okay. In general, I tend to ask more generic questions. So one of them was, I have this scheduler, right? And technically it's up in config. So the scheduler is going to go through on basically a cron job and do some things. The question I was asking earlier, which you don't have to be an Elixir expert for, this is more of just like general programming. Should I co-locate all of these jobs on the scheduler? Or should I call out to the individual module that's doing this? Right? So this is just general application dev rather than you needing to know about Elixir or not. Those are questions where I will specifically ask. In like other than that, don't feel obligated to give feedback. Like I'm not usually looking for specific feedback like that. You can do it, but if you start doing it too quickly, it starts to feel like backseating, and I really don't want backseat programmers. I don't mind comments. I don't mind feedback. But if you're giving very specific, opinionated feedback too quickly, you fill up the buffer I have for patience, right? Like you're filling up my patience buffer. Not you right now. I'm saying in general. If I'm doing a thing and you're saying like, you should do this, and I'm doing another thing and you should do this, and it's all happened within 5 minutes, you've already filled up my buffer of how much backseating I want. Backseating is definitely more welcomed in chats that move faster, where the streamer can theoretically just ignore your thing. Or they're more welcomed where the streamer is not as experienced. I feel like I have enough experience that I know what I want to do most of the time. So trying to like drive from the back seat is a problem. Like, I know where I want to go, and I know at least some of the things that I care about in getting there. Yeah, problem solving is the fun part. I'm not looking for people to take that away, which is why I'm not looking for AI to solve that problem for me either. Right? Thinking about and internalizing the application and what I want to do with it, that's my job. Like, vibe coding is trying to take that part away from me. I don't want to do that at all. No, thank you. And that's where I push back on the people who are huge fucking vibe coding fanboys. We'll just never see eye to eye because they don't value the parts of programming that I value. Right? To them, they just want to launch a product and make money usually. Fucking Rick Rubin. Fucking Rick Rubin. Like, no one should be listening to programming advice from fucking Rick Rubin. Like, dude. Dude hasn't produced a good fucking song in ages. Oh, you're not even aware of who Rick Rubin is? He made this one thing where Cursor paid him to do a bunch of shit vibe coding wise. He's a famous like music producer who did a bunch of stuff for like Def Jam. He did some stuff for like Red Hot Chili Peppers, The Cult, Rage Against the Machine, Strokes, and Weezer, right? Audio Slave, whatever, right? I consider this dude over the fucking hill. Like, what has he produced lately? Nothing good. Right? Like, he's a person that did some shit and is no longer relevant. In my opinion. I don't give a fuck what Bob Dylan has to say about making music at this point. He doesn't understand it. He doesn't know. I don't give a fuck what Rick Rubin has to say about making music at this point. He doesn't know. So Frankie, the scheduler is fine because this is just scheduled. So the scheduler doesn't have that problem. If you're thinking about the webhook problem, well, yes, we are deduping webhook like events just fine. We already solved that part. So here in Stripe webhooks, yeah, we're checking if we already handled the Stripe event. And most of these things are idempotent anyway, so it doesn't matter. So yeah, like I just want to say, Frankie, do not feel obligated that you need to provide guidance or feedback. That's the wrong way to approach Twitch chat in general. Treat Twitch chat as entertainment. The ideal way to consume my stream is treat me as background noise while you're working on stuff. When the compiler's going, when you have a moment between tasks, you can tune in and focus on stream. Otherwise, it makes good background noise while you're working. Do not feel obligated. I don't think the Thundering Herd problem is something I will have for this. I'm aware of the Thundering Herd problem, which is now why I would push back and say, are you assuming that I'm not aware? Because you kind of are. And I understand that, Frankie, but I recommend that you do not feel obligated to share and you try and not treat the streamer, especially me, as if they've never heard of these things. I am fully aware of the Thundering Herd problem. I get it, right? But in general, it's better to ask if I've heard of it than just simply point it out as something that I obviously didn't know. And I'm not saying your comment explicitly did that, but if you didn't ask, you're assuming I didn't know. Opt towards asking questions first, rather than assuming someone doesn't know. And that'll improve your time here on Twitch in general, right? For any programming streamer. It's better to be inquisitive than giving directives, you know? So if I were to rephrase how you did that, I would simply ask first, are you aware of the thundering herd problem? And is that something you're considering with what you're doing? And I could simply say, I don't think it applies to this situation. Boom. That's a better conversation rather than giving me a directive. No, and I understand. I totally get it, Frankie. I'm not looking for help for help's sake. Normally, I will ask. Solving the problems is the fun part. I'm not looking for anyone to take that away from me. All right, so I am out of water. I do need to go re-pour some water and use the restroom. And yeah, because I don't have any gaming tonight, dude, I got hours ahead of me. So moving on. Yeah, Frankie, the fact that I'm pushing back because I don't want you to back seat, and you're like, well, I guess I'm out. That's a problem, dude. I don't know if I want you here next time if that's the way you think streams should work. I'm just going to let you know right now, that's a fucking issue. If that's the only way you can interact with stream, no thank you. All right, if you have other stuff to do, I get it. But that's not the way you phrased it. So, yes, I'll see you again soon. Thank you. But if your only way of contributing to stream is to backseat, nah, I don't want you. I just want you to keep that in mind. But let me go pee. I'll be right back. Okay, so I'm back. Sorry for the delay. How's everyone doing? You enjoying your Saturdays? X Factor. Yeah. You'd say this applies to the outside the context of Twitch chat as well. You found when working with other devs to solve a problem, they will sometimes ask questions that, are you familiar with the concept of blank? And if you say no, they will explain and provide more context. Yeah, and that is the best interaction for that. Rather than simply saying, you should do blank, right? Or assuming that you don't. In general, right? Even for pair programming and code review and all this shit, assume the person is smart and intelligent and probably has heard about it. And maybe you can just ask if they've heard about it. You will have better interactions with people if you assume everyone is smart and competent. Oh, interesting, brainless. Interesting. Yeah, I'd propose that as like an issue on their GitHub, if you could. And Glaubert. What do I think about Scala and Haskell? Right now you're writing Python to replace some shell scripts. I think in general, write shell scripts as if the person who's going to read it next time is a homicidal maniac that knows where you live. And sometimes that person is you. Right? Write a shell script in the most readable language possible. Right? Write like a thing that a shell script should do in the most readable language possible. And in that case, I think, yeah, Python's a great choice. I think, yeah, Bash can be way harder to read when it gets complex. If it's a simple script, it should probably still be Bash. I mean, I would say it's still issue worthy because it's something that, you know, even if you figure it out, they might not understand or know that other people are looking for it or whatever. I would say still create the GitHub issue, but preface it, like add it in the description, like, I'm currently evaluating how and why this happened, blah, 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 and I'll respond back with a comment saying why. Yeah, sometimes reporting an issue early is more valuable than having everything before you create the issue. Right? So, like, look to see if it's already created, blah, blah, blah. And if it's already created, well, then, yeah, dig in deeper and add context. But up to you, Brainless. Do whatever you want. It's just my recommendation. All right, so hold on. Glaubert, you were annoyed with the parameter things of the shell script using like $1. Why? What do you think about those other langs? Not relating them to scripting, but relating to application writing. I think Haskell is interesting. I think functional languages are very interesting. Haskell is just borderline too functional. And there's just not enough resources out there for me to be productive with it. Like, I need examples. I need tutorial blog posts. I don't watch YouTube videos for tech content. I don't do that. Right? If I'm looking for something specific about a language that is very technical, a YouTube video is the absolute worst possible thing. I think every single YouTube video should have an accompanying blog post. And I'd rather read the blog post. No, that's fine, Glaubert. But yes, I think Haskell's a fine language, and I think functional programming has value. I've never looked at or done any Scala, but I know there are big companies that use it. And it makes sense. I think Elixir hits the sweet spot of being just functional enough while having a syntax that is still like grokkable, right? Something you can still like understand. Turn Twitch videos into blog posts? Maybe. I'd rather just let the streamer do that. And if they don't do that, well, then maybe I just don't need to pay attention to their content. No, and I knew what you meant. YouTube instead of TV, for sure. That's something I'm a big fan of. If you're making a blog post, you could make a YouTube video about it. If you're making a YouTube video, you could make a blog post about it. I like that co-location to allow various people to consume it in any way they want, right? Scala is like a language that is if Haskell could have class definitions. Yeah, the way I look at Scala is you wanted to use Haskell, but you need to work on the JVM, which is a separate thing. To me, that is what Scala solves. You wanted to use Haskell, but, you know, your company dictates it has to run on the JVM. Well, then Scala nails it. Cool, go for it. I think there are other languages you could approach that are like Haskell with class definitions that are not JVM based, like OCaml. Right? OCaml might be a better choice if the JVM is not a strict requirement compared to Scala. I'm not saying it is. I don't know for sure. Like, you know your organization better than I do. But if the JVM is not a strict requirement, there are actually other languages you should probably look at instead of Scala. Scala is the best functional choice for JVM usage, from what I understand. I could be wrong. And we can disagree and we can chat about that. I haven't done any Scala myself, so I don't actually know. I've done a little bit of Haskell, and it felt like Elm to me, to where it's like, it's so fucking functional that it doesn't actually feel fun to write. So, Glaubert, I would point out that OCaml might solve that problem for you if you don't need to be on the JVM. It's the same thing. You like OOP, but you want to do FP. OCaml does that. And the original Rust compiler was written in OCaml. Like, OCaml is huge for like some very specific things. OCaml is massive for like Wall Street shit via Jane Street. Yeah. So I would simply say, like, if you don't need the JVM, OCaml solves your problem and still does the exact same thing Scala tries to do, with maybe even being more permissive. Right? Like allowing broader patterns that Scala doesn't. OCaml is extremely permissive, but it's a very functional language still, right? Let me get more music on, though. And honestly, like, chatting and chilling and enjoying a Saturday with y'all, this is my favorite part of stream anyway. Yeah, we're getting code done. We got a bunch of code done earlier. We can rant and chat, but I will get more code done too. Sorry for the break. You prefer Haskell over OCaml? I'm curious about that and why, but okay. I just think Haskell is so much stricter about what you can and can't do. Whereas OCaml will allow you to like mix paradigms, right? Like OCaml gives you more freedom. Right? Like Haskell tends to have like one very specific way of doing things with pretty much anything you want to do. Does that sound right, or am I miscategorizing it? Like, I haven't done enough Haskell, so I could be misunderstanding it. That could be totally me. That could be totally me, man. It's like I'm smoking weed or something. But yeah, and Nicholas Ramsey over on the YouTube. How you doing, Mr. Sir? Cheers. What you up to? And yeah, for everyone out there, this interaction is my favorite part. We can chat as long as someone's not being a dick about it, right? As long as someone's not backseating, whatever. This chat, dude, where else would I get conversations like this? I wouldn't find it at Seattle JS, right? The meetup. No, people just talk JavaScript basically. There's like one or two people that talk crazy shit, which is awesome. But the typical conversation at Seattle JS revolves around JavaScript. So yeah, I couldn't get conversations like this anywhere else, basically. So I really appreciate it. So yeah, you try to explain why you prefer Haskell. Your foundation was related to engineering and math, so you wrote some Haskell things, and it was contributing on your foundations. Anthony or Anton Yeet. Yeah, no, fuck off, dude. Get the fuck out of here. What a fucking troll. What a dipshit. I'll program when I want, dude. Fuck you. Anton, you know you suck, right? He said, could you program, please? Stop speaking. Like, what a dickhead. What a fucking dickhead. Sounds like someone who sniffs their own farts. Do what I want with your stream. No. Fuck no. Nah, fuck no, man. I do believe you get your ass kicked for that. Sorry, that was a Office Space reference, right? Hey, Lawrence, when you go into the office on Monday, do you ever have someone say, like, oh, sounds like a case of the Mondays? Nah. Hell no. Peter, I do believe you get your ass kicked for saying something like that. You're writing code, but also drinking and chatting. Yeah. That user sounded like forcing or requiring me to program. I mean, dude, we've done enough code today. I'm not going to let anyone be like, oh my God, you don't get anything done on stream. I've dude, I get a shitload done on stream. And we have a blast chatting and bullshitting. So, yeah, like, you know, it's a fucking Saturday night, man. Let's chill and hang out and enjoy each other's company and co-program on some bullshit. And I'll write some code here soon. It'll happen. I'm not gonna let some asshole tell me what to do, though. Shit. Do I look like some fucking, like, Sim from The Sims? Put the fucking diamond above my head and I'm... Nah, don't you tell me what to do. Blah, 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 blah. There we go. Bam. Nailed it. Let's get the hair going. Yeah. Ooh, look at that hair. Look at that. Dude, I got such a smooth fucking head. Like, what the hell, man? Too smooth. Too smooth. Whatever. But yeah, right? I got sushi in the fridge. I can eat that anytime. I'm not ordering any food to get delivered. So yeah, we could go for another couple hours. Why not? Sounds fun to me. I know. Sorry, Nickel. It's just, it's too hot, man. It's like 30.5 degrees Celsius here in this room in Washington. Outside, it's a little cooler, and that's why the fan is blowing, and you see like maybe like one or two hairs like wiggling. Yeah, I got a fan blowing directly on me. But yeah, it's warm here in Washington. Yeah, we're at 80 degrees even. It'll be 80 fucking 6 tomorrow. It'll be 87, 91, 86. I'm not happy about it. Tomorrow is fine. I'll be doing some streaming and then I'll go out to a concert because I'm going to see Silver Sun Pickups. Fuck yeah. Right? I'm going to see Silver Sun Pickups and that's awesome. They're a band, if you didn't know. Monday looks nice and chill. Ooh, I'm looking forward to that. Cold at night? I mean, 61, 62 is still fucking warm. Dude, 62 is not ideal. Because I'm on, like, what is it, 4th floor apartment? So the apartment below me is heating my entire fucking house right now. Like, my entire fucking home. Not house, but home. If I lived on the ground floor, we'd be good. We'd be totally fine. But nah, dude. Seems to me like these people run their oven 24/7 or something. Because my apartment does not cool off. All right. Anyway, yeah. So we got some stuff to do tomorrow. I got video editing, all sorts of shit. So yeah. But tomorrow is in the evening. Silver Sun Pickups, and I'm looking forward to that. It'll be good. But I think we have done all of the endpoints that I actually care about. Right? Creating a subscription is actually the only major webhook cluster that I care about that much. Right? Checkout sessions. We got some to-dos. Invoices. We can leave for later. we should wire this up. And yeah, damn right. Alan? Hold on, wait. Is that right? It starts with an A, right? I feel like Alan's not right. God damn it. I forgot already. One more reminder. It starts with A. Aaron. God damn it. I'm sorry. Yeah. My bad. So here's the thing. I got to cement that memory with sober brain and whiskey brain. Once we got it, I got it all the time. Yeah, sorry about that, Alan. Wink. Aaron, Mr. Sir. Sorry. Here's the thing. I know an Alan, and actually I'm going to be seeing Silver Sun pickups with an Alan, but I fucking called him Dylan like a month ago because Alan, Dylan, so close. Fuck it, whatever. But also their last name starts with a D, so it's like, right? Like I blend that together and my mental mnemonic is really shit. As we get older, we lose our minds. Dude, I get that. I understand, Aaron, but you might recognize that my memory as a streamer is better than a lot of fucking streamers. Like, how many people would have remembered that you're Alan? Or Aaron? Brain fart. The fact that you said, call me Aaron, yesterday, and I remembered it. How many other streamers would have done that? No, and I get it, but dude, your memory is something you can actually actively improve and be better about. That's the magic of memory. Right? If you don't use it, you lose it. But you can make your memory really good by just activating it as much as possible. Which is maybe why you hear me say so many movie quotes. Samsonite, I was way off. You know? And I've been doing that for ages, which is why I think my memory is what it is. I would highly recommend every single person out there put in efforts to make your memory better. Because your memory is the thing you fucking do like your quick recall for any bullshit, right? Like knowledge and logic are a totally separate part of your brain. You can practice those too, but it's not the same practice. And very few people actually practice memorizing things. But it's absolutely a fucking skill. Yeah, for sure. Right? Memory is one of those things you can absolutely practice and be better about. Don't memorize everything, but your memory is absolutely a skill you can practice. And the better you are at it, the more you're going to feel like a fucking superhero. The more people are going to be like, wow, I didn't think you'd remember that. And when you can remember something that someone didn't expect you to remember, you are endeared to their fucking heart. Like, seriously. 100%. It is one of those things that's a fucking superpower. To just remember something nobody expected you to remember. That's a fucking superpower. And I've dealt with enough people not remembering things. Like in general, I actually equate it to if someone doesn't remember something, it's because they don't give a shit. If you care, you remember. That's actually how that works. I care about film and TV, so I remember quotes. I care about getting your name right, so I'll try and remember your name. you know? In general, people forget the shit they don't give a shit about because that just makes sense. What you can do is care about everything. Care about it enough to make a memory. Will you always recall that memory in the moment where you need it? No, because the memory is a fickle beast. No, so nickel, like, that's not even something you do consciously, right? When you meet someone new, if you haven't heard or seen their name 3 times within like an hour, no, you're gonna forget that name. But by the 3rd time you've seen it in like a totally like separate instance, you should be able to remember it. As long as like you're using that name, someone called them by that name, etc. I know plenty of people that I've just called buddy or dude or hey man, because I haven't been given enough context to memorize their name. I may recognize their face and chat with them and remember exact things we've talked about, but their name? Ooh. I need other people to say it. Or I need to say it. Or, you know, like, they need to tell me 3 times, etc. Dude, the memory is a fickle beast. All we can do is have strategies for making memories stick and try and use those strategies socially. But yeah, memory is like, it's not a superpower, but if we wanted to like name a superpower that we have, that we just really think a lot of people don't have, memory is it for me. I can remember shit that other people just won't remember. I consider that a superpower, right? Superpower is like a mundane superpower, but if it's a thing that you can do that elevates you above the rest of society in some way, in just one small metric, that's a superpower. So at that point, I think a lot of us have superpowers, right? You can call it a talent, but to call like memorizing something a talent, that feels bullshitty. No, it's a fucking superpower. Shit. Now we're hanging out. We're enjoying our day. Let's keep coding stuff. What I think we need to do is actually start testing the checkout flow. So I think invoice paid and invoice payment failed. These are things we need to do, but we need to double check that our subscription events actually work. I do feel good about this, right? All of these events being basically idempotent, right? They all push the data on the subscription as they come in. So even if we fuck up saving one, the next one will update the values that we care about. I kind of like that. Yeah. So I think we're good. Let's just think about invoices here. We don't have to do this first step, but maybe sending the emails could be a different thing. This one we're not going to do because that's a setting that we need to actually like have as part of like the org settings. And we could add that, but I don't think we need it yet. But payment failed is absolutely a thing we need to do. Sorry for the hiccup. if we look at our linear board, right, so these tasks live in to do. So over limit, payment failed, expiring payment source. These are the two events that we need to do soon. I don't want to do email template dev right now because that shit's my nightmare. But we do have the explicit like events that could make them. So, I mean, if we want to look at priority, yeah, payment failed and expiring payment source are above over limits because if I launch this thing and a user goes over their limit, that costs me nothing if they're actually like paying for it. If they're a free tier user, well, yeah, but we can let them like taste what unlimited feels like before we actually like set up the over limit functionality. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Yeah, so as far as tasks we're working on, let me just double check some of this. We've got the to-dos for the templates. We want to pivot to SendGrid. We want to, yeah, the to-dos. All right, so yeah, let's prop up the crazy hair, Doc Brown style. For some reason, when I see myself in OBS, this is what I see. Like, if I went full bald, it'd still feel that way. Right? Like, if I had no hair, this part of my head still feels like too big, you know? Like, almost like Baldar Conehead, right? I'm gonna have to Narfle the Garthok. I'm gonna have to Narfle the Garthok. Hold on. What are you looking at? Way too much forehead. I believe this classifies as a 5 or 6 head at this point. Maybe even 7 head. But dude, like from here to here, bald head style feels vaguely conehead like. Am I wrong? Like, dude, how many people who are bald have this much fucking head above their eyes? Right? This is basically like blunted conehead. Have I ever watched Babylon 5? I have. I'm trying to think of the characters that have hair like this on Babylon 5. I don't remember that. But honestly, like, dude, I could basically be a Ferengi with like their shit. Hold on, wait. Babylon 5 Centauri. No, I think I already know what you're talking about. Oh my god, you're not fucking wrong, dude. I'm a little bummed, but you're totally fucking right. You're not wrong at all. I'm a fucking natural Centauri at this point. Don't feel bad. You're 100% accurate. Never feel bad for the truth. Hold on. Dude, that's the worst angle. Hold on. We'll switch to another angle. All right, so I got the recording. I'm gonna do a tweet that's basically like corporate wants you to find the difference between these two photos. It'll be me and this one. Right? It'll be me and that one. And they're the same photo. I am a Centauri. Holy shit, man. How dare you? I'm kidding. No, you're right. 100% right. I'm closer to this dude, though. Hold on. No, I'm going to have to do this photo. I'm going to have to do that photo. Like, not the other one. That one. I'm going to have to do that. Fuck. Dude. All right, so now I need to find a 4K version of Babylon 5. Wait, Gargamel. Wait, did Gargamel have this hair? No way. No, he's the full-on Friar Tuck. That's different. No, I'm not Gargamel yet. I'll be Gargamel here in like another 3 or 4 years. Sure. I actually have a hoodie that resembles this a little bit. Damn, and if we look at it, his fucking head is just as big. There are some people that can pull off the fully bald, but they don't have a thing where, right, the portion above their head is bigger than the rest of their head. I feel like me and this dude have that problem, and that sucks. That sucks. Like, I'll be Gargamel here in a couple years, you know? I'll have the full-on Friar Tuck, and I'm gonna grow that shit out and do whatever I can with it. Because why not, man? Fully bald? Nah, I'm good. Right? Look at fucking Phil Collins. Can't dance, right? And we do like the images and we see, yeah. Dude, I basically just have Phil Collins hair. I just need to slick it back instead. I don't have the butt chin though. I just don't have the butt chin. I get the dimple chin instead. What do you call that one? Is that the ball sack chin? Like the single testicle ball sack chin? This is the mumps ball sack chin. If you're not aware, if you've ever had mumps as a kid, yeah, you lose a testicle, for sure. As far as I know. I don't necessarily want to dox how I know that. I didn't have mumps. I might know someone that did. I might know someone that was told they would never have kids and then they had 5 of them. Anyway, let's pour another whiskey. Let's pour some more water. And let's continue doing what we do. Doing that voodoo that we do. All right, we're consuming way too much of this whiskey. All right, just saying. we're probably at a good point to call it good. The cork pop? Oh, the cork pop's good. It's solid. Yeah, for sure. All right, let me get more music going. I just realized that album ended. You know, it's a Saturday. We could just put on like random YouTube music. Like, it's not like YouTube's gonna hear it. Sorry, YouTube. Yeah, the music doesn't go to you. Ooh, yeah. As far as Boogie goes, hold on. We were talking about how bad fucking 70s music was, but Boogie Oogie and some other songs were amazing. Like, listen to this bass line. Just wait for that bass line. Boom, 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 boom. Like, I think this is the song. Maybe I'm thinking of fucking Boogie Nights. Shit. Yeah, different song, but this bass line kills it. We don't normally do stuff with lyrics on here on this channel, but you know, it's 7 o'clock on a Saturday. Have y'all never heard this song? Like, oh my god, yeah, lace up your skates, go to the fucking roller disco. Like, come on, man. We can do the locomotion here in like fucking 10 minutes. Right? Listen to that clav in the background. Alright, that's a clavinet. Like, dude. That's some shit from fucking like Stevie Wonder's shit. If you didn't know, Stevie Wonder recorded that song, Higher Ground. He used like 8 separate tracks to record that like clav track. So they could like amplify certain notes better. I'm pretty sure Higher Ground. It might be another track. Sorry. I think it's Higher Ground. Boom, wham, 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 right? Superstitious. No, that's it. Sorry, not Higher Ground. Superstitious. Wrong song. Feeling superstitious. Like, dude, yeah, dude. Stevie Wonder, the best. This song specifically, yeah, you better be bobbing your head to some fucking boogie oogie oogie. Come on, man. Like, really? Listen to that clav in the background. I can't actually play keys, so I have no idea. But dude, it's good shit. So here's the next thing there, Stack Overchill. Have you heard the song Boogie Nights? Twitch does have protection, but they don't care if you're doing it live. They only care if it's in your VOD. The groovy thing you're hearing, that's the clav. Yeah. So Twitch would be upset about this if I had it in my VOD. But I have it set to where, like, none of this music goes to the VOD, and it's not even on YouTube. Yeah, so YouTube sees me bobbing my head and fucking getting down, and they don't hear nothing. So if you're on YouTube and you want me to give you a link to the song we're hearing so you can bob your head in the same way, all you gotta do is ask. All you gotta do is ask. Earth, Window, and Fire. September is not one of my favorite songs of theirs. I get it, Glauber. I get it. We could play some Earth, Wind, and Fire. I don't, like, September, right? Like, I don't know. That song's good. I just think there's better funk we can play. If y'all aren't aware of the funk, like, we don't have to play the most popular fucking funk, right? Boogie Nights. Too Hot to Handle is the band. Boogie Wonderland? I don't know that one. Ooh, Dope Lemon's super good. This is Boogie Nights. Whoa. And I can't sing for shit. Just listen to how that bass line's already fucking shredding. Boom, 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 boom. Here to party. Boogie nights are the best in... Oh, always the best in town. Shit. Got to keep on dancing. Keep on dancing. Yeah, the bass line on this song is so fucking good. One of my favorite parts is sharing music with the rest of y'all. Like, have you, like, how many people have never heard this song before? Got to keep on dancing. Got to keep on dancing. Keep on dancing. Right? Like, who here has never heard this song? Shout it out. Because I'm curious, right? It's just so good. First time for Nickel. Hell yeah, man. Stack Overchill. First time. Yeah, dude. There's so much, like, good 70s music, right? Like, we like to write off disco as being so vapid and fucking bullshitty, but this song's good. That last song was good, right? There is some really good fucking disco that was actually the precursor to fucking funk, right? Like George Clinton was years after this shit happened, right? All right, so Glaubert, you like disco and groovy and funky shit, so you're into it. I get it, right? But Brent Barrett, yeah, damn right. Yeah, it's good shit, man. I feel like this music's old. It's from 1977. We're almost 50 years away from that shit. Like, dude, I don't expect everyone to know about all the music that I'm aware of, right? But let's listen to some other shit, right? Ooh, this one's good. This one's more like classic rock you'd hear on the radio. Let me know if you've heard it before, because I'll happily skip some shit people have heard too much of, right? But dude, this is some Joe Cocker, right? Get your mind out of the gutter. You may have heard this in a film or a movie, and you didn't know who did it. That's a thing. That's possible. Not feeling too good myself. Oh, Brent, I'm sorry. I don't do any game dev. Yeah, software and game dev means just software. Right? Like, or at least the way I look at it. So I do web dev. So I don't do any game dev. I'm sorry. I will do some game dev eventually, but I got to make some other projects, make money, so I can afford to just throw time away on game dev. And I got games I want to make. Like, totally, dude. I got games I want to make. 100%. But I do not do game dev on this stream currently. So I apologize if you thought you were going to see that. But yeah, I mean, my title should have led you a different way. But did my thumbnail bring you in? Right? This glorious fucking mane of hair. Right? Phil Collins style. This glorious Phil Collins style mane of hair totally brought you in. I get it. Right? Let's let Twitch get a fucking thumbnail of me doing this. I don't know if they will, but I'll hold it for like a couple seconds. All right, that's all I got. Whatever. Let's keep doing our thing. So yeah, this is a web dev stream, not a game dev stream. I will do game dev eventually. But if that's the thing you're only looking for, maybe not. What game do I want to make? No, I want to make a simulation game. I'm really into simulation games. I want to make a poker manager simulator, right? So the idea is you are the bankroller of other poker players, and you have to pick the stable of poker players that you maintain and handle, and they go and do their thing and blah, blah, blah. So it's like Football Manager or like even Mind Over Magic and some of those games like RimWorld, whatever, like very similar, but mine is very specifically focused on you are the guy with the money and you're just funding other poker players to make money off their shit. And it's not just poker players, it's gamblers in general. So like, yeah, maybe you can bankroll a guy that just knows people in the industry for horse racing. Fuck it, I don't give a shit. Maybe you can bankroll a person that bets money and makes money off of like sports betting because they know people in the industry. Like whatever. Could I create a management sim for that? Right? And the baseline would be very early, like very early, like football simulator bullshit, where it's just a fucking spreadsheet you're looking at and like various tabs of spreadsheets. And then eventually, could you see visualizations for that stuff? That is the next game I want to make, and that's a game I'm actually going to vibe code some of the mechanics for and then eventually like port to a better language. But I could vibe code like a TypeScript Canvas 3JS version of the game and then port it to actual, like a proper game framework, right? So that's actually my goal. And that's a game I plan on making, and I've already started on some of the BS of it. Like vibe coding wise. I used Quen 3. I might be switching to what Theo just recommended with Kimi K2. Like I might totally switch to Kimi. As long as it's free and I can download it and we're good. Like, yeah. I'll just pick the best model for the problem at hand, you know? As a short person, this song hurts a little bit. But we're going to listen to it. YouTube, you can't hear it, but this is Short People by Randy Newman. Feel free to cue it up. Short people got no reason. Short people got no reason to live. I haven't picked Unreal versus Unity. I don't care. Like, that's so far beyond the current scope that it doesn't matter. So yeah, like, real quick, Brent Barrett, like, dude, the thing I'm working on is a web app that is way outside of what you're thinking about. So if you're only here for game dev, I'm sorry, I get it. I'm okay with it. If you want to go elsewhere, just don't be a dick about it. But I will let you know the current project is this, and I am doing like indie hacker kind of shit, you know? I think Levels.io would be proud. I'm bootstrapping, building a thing that has a niche that I think has value, and that is the product we're building right now. And sometimes I drink enough whiskey that, yeah, you know, I did some work earlier today, and now we're just like talking about the work we did and enjoying being a community together and chatting and hanging out, you know? Like, I should probably switch the category to just chatting at this point. But why would I do that? That would invite so many low-effort chatters. I don't know, man. Prime can do it, because he's the Primogen. I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could stream to just chatting. I just really don't think I could do it. I don't have the personality for it. Imagine trying to release this song today. Dude, you could release this song today because it's not that Randy Newman believes what the character in the song is saying. It's a fucking... He is pretending he is that character and speaking from that character's fucking viewpoint, right? It doesn't mean the character's right. It's actually the character's fucking terrible. If you don't know the story behind the song, no, it's a person that is insane, right? It's a character that is literally insane. And that's who they're writing the song from the perspective of. So I just want to point that out. Like, dude, you can make a song like that still. You can totally do that, man. And that's just like, you can't fault an author for writing about a shitty character. Dude, that would break all sorts of fucking society and creativity and like just everything, man. Like, no, dude. You can write about a shitty character. The problem is that some people will see that and think, oh, that's something to aspire to. because some people have zero fucking morals. And you can't base what you're saying on those people. Like, come on. Think about the inverse. Just think about the inverse. J.K. Rowling wrote really sympathetic, cool characters, but she's a shit human being. You know? At that point, separate the art from the artist. As you can. Right? An artist can write about shitty characters, and a shitty person or a shitty artist can write about cool characters. Separate the art from the artist. Does J.K. Rowling being shitty make Harry Potter worse? No. It just means you shouldn't listen to what the fuck she says. You know? Yeah, but that's the problem there, Steel-Toed, because they're looking at it at face value rather than trying to understand it as art. Right? Separate the art from the artist. That is something I fundamentally believe in. You can still listen to Imagine Dragons and hate those fucking human beings. You can still listen to, God, what was that band in the early 2000s where, like, the singer raped a fucking infant or some shit? They still have a good song, but dude, that dude sucks. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Like, maybe you don't, and I would be happy that you don't know the reference I'm making. It's not Imagine Dragons, it's some other bullshit band, but this is not like a thing I want to Google at the moment. There was a band from the early 2000s where the singer, dude, he's a fucking felon and no one should like anything about him, but they did make a good song. The song can live without having to endorse the asshole behind it. Roger Waters? Is that his? I don't even know his fucking name. What is the band name? What is the band he was a part of? No, okay, you're talking about like Pink Floyd. No, Pink Floyd, not it. But I didn't realize Pink Floyd had that history. No, not Roger Waters. No, I'm talking about like a modern like band. But also like, dude, the singer's a fucking monster. They still made a song that is listenable, you know? You don't have to fucking ignore the song and its value just because the person that made it sucks. Like, please, as a society, we should separate art from artists. Please. Like, we would be better off for it because art exists on its own after it's made. It, like, the artist doesn't matter after the art's been published, because society decides how the art has an impact. The artist? Fuck the artist. The artist should be ignored. Who gives a fuck about who made the thing? Did the thing matter? And I believe Harry Potter, same thing. Separate the art from the artist. Thanks, Glaubert, Mr. Sir. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I'm on every platform. Blue Sky, way better. If you want to follow there, that's way better. But, you know, let's do our thing. Let me just play some music, and I'm in, like, mid-rant. And the rant doesn't matter that much. Let's do something else. Come on. Ooh. And, yeah, we're going to play some Genesis. Baccarat? Yes, sir, I can boogie. Yeah. Okay. Just a shame, that's all. You'd say night. Tell me I'm wrong when it's on zip light. Oh, hold on. It's just a shame, that's all. I could leave, but I won't go. Like, dude, I think I want to sing this song at karaoke. Head down to my toes. Why does it always seem to be me looking at you, you looking at me? Have I tried database sharding? No, I haven't made a project that needs sharding. That's a nice problem to have, but no, I don't need that. And most projects don't need that because you can just scale a single database to oblivion and be performant, right? Like Cursor is world renowned and like the fastest growing startup of all time. They run most of their shit through a single DB instance, right? Like, dude, scaling a database is a really nice problem to have. It's just a shame, that's all. 'Cause I love you, then I wanted to point and trying to pretend. Dude, I could do this song in karaoke. This might be the song I do at Seattle JS. If you want to see me do this song at Cascadia JS, all right? If you want to see me sing this song at Cascadia JS, register for oh, if I could type. God damn it. If I could type. Damn it. There you go. There's the link. Do I like Phil Collins as a person? No, I believe he's a fucking dickhead. But I like some of these early Genesis songs. This is, again, a where we can separate the art from the artist. Please, separate the art from the artist. Dude, I've heard Warhol sucked as a human being, but what he did for art can't be dismissed. So Kinslayer, you're talking about like the Patrick Bateman. No, I get it. Technically, you should be asking me about Huey Lewis and the News, right? Their album Sports really like separates themselves from the old shit, you know? You can like P. Diddy's music and not like the individual that made it. I don't like P. Diddy's music, but if you do, go for it. I don't give a shit. You can still hate the person that made it. No, that dude fucking sucks. But the music he made, I don't like it, but you might like it. And that's fine. Separate the art from the artist. That is like the number one thing I want to propose to society in general. Right? There are people that want to like just cancel people for certain things, right? Right side and left side. Just separate the fucking art from the artist. The art could be good and the artist sucks. It could be like Taylor Swift and the art sucks, but the artist is cool. It's just it's a different thing, you know? No. So I was jumping on to Sack Overchill's comment. Yeah, Taylor Swift is a good person that makes shit fucking music. Like shit music, dude. No offense to Swifties out there. Like Taylor Swift might be actually like a good person. And I think she is. I don't know. I've never seen otherwise. But dude, why are people spending like $1,000 to see her lip sync? Why are people paying like $1,000 to see her perform what is some really generic fucking pop bullshit? She might be really cool, and as far as I've seen, she's a really good person. She pays tips and like pays like venue staff like in a really fucking cool way. She's a really great person. I just hate her fucking music. You know? Does it mean I dislike her? No, I just hate her fucking music. That's fine. She still seems like a good person. So I'm not anti-Taylor Swift. I just hate her fucking music, man. I've had a long day and I just don't want to listen to some fucking Taylor Swift. Right? It's like Big Lebowski and the Eagles, you know? No, this is very like so Stack Overchill. It's the same thing. It's very much the exact same thing as the scene from Big Lebowski. I've had a long fucking day and I just hate the fucking Eagles. Yeah, Kinslayer. Here's the thing, like, dude, Milli Vanilli got roasted for lip syncing. Fucking Ashley Simpson got roasted for lip syncing. But every single pop artist today actually does it. Which is actually kind of insane. Like, watch some Taylor Swift clips. She's fully fucking lip syncing. And then other parts, she's not even singing. She's just like yelling into the microphone, you know? She's just like yell talking into a microphone. Right? Taylor Swift, other pop stars, same fucking thing, dude. Separate yourself from the hatred of pop music and just recognize, like, you know what? Are they good or bad? Katy Perry? What a shit human being. Ugh, gross. No, thank you. I don't care what her music is. Taylor Swift, so far, seems like a legitimate human being. I still don't care what her music is. It sucks. But, as a person, well, all right. So separate the art from the artist. I hate her fucking art, but the artist is cool. That's fine. Like, I don't know Peter Gabriel, who we're listening to right now. Maybe he's cool, maybe he isn't. He's outspoken. I just don't know what he said. I love his music, though. So even if Peter Gabriel was discovered to be raping rabbits, you know, he might suck as a person, but I still like his music. And I'm not going to say he would be discovered for that because, dude, come on. But if it was, I would still like these songs regardless of the person that made them. That's important. Right? Separate the art from the artist. I love the game Doom, right? I love the shit that's happened and some of the things that Carmack has talked about, but dude, Carmack has gone fully on like anti-woke. In a way that, nah, dude, fuck John Carmack. But I still appreciate the things he's done. DHH. Nah, fuck that dude. As a human being, that dude sucks. But you know what? You can't deny his contribution to society, like to dev in general. You can like what DHH has done and some of the things he says without endorsing the person in general. We need to live in a society where we can recognize nuance. And so far, I think that's what like the anti-woke people are pushing back against. At least to a degree. There was an era where if you weren't fully woke and everything was perfect, you were shunned. And the modern anti-woke sentiment is pushing back on, why are you canceling an entire person for a couple bad statements, right? Why are you canceling their contributions because they said some bullshit, right? Their contributions should live separate. And I say this recognizing that, dude, I believe in woke. Right? I believe in woke. But I recognize that the woke movement did harm for trying to cancel people that meant well, that made good content, but said something slightly wrong. You know? Is their contribution any less diminished because of the shit they said as a personal individual? Their contributions to society and tech and all that shit should live separately. in my opinion. But I am very left-wing. Keep that in mind. Like, I am extremely left-wing. Like, I'm more left-wing than modern Democrats, you know? Modern Democrats speak for fucking corporations at this point. AOC, like a bunch of the fucking progressive Democrats, I'm all into it. Fuck yeah, dude. Modern Democrats, dude, they have squandered every single bit of value they've ever been given. Like, dude, we need progressive Democrats everywhere. Right? I am more left-wing of the left-wing. So keep that in mind. But recognize that I agree with some right-wing voices, like the Primogen. If you don't think Prime is right-wing, just watch his stream. I still like the dude. Right? If you don't think Tej is right-wing, how many memes does he show that are anti the current administration? He doesn't. He doesn't do it. He has like a bunch of anti-Biden memes as like themes on his channel. Right? Both of those guys, I actually really consider them very fucking cool. I just wish they would be more centrist at the bare minimum. I know they won't go more left, right? But could they at least be centrist? Could they not mix their right-wing bullshit with their stream? Maybe. So would I be shouting out left-wing bullshit? No, but they shout out right-wing bullshit, so I have to meet somewhere to the left. Because the Overton window has shifted so fucking far right that centrist is still right-wing. I think we need to shift the Overton window farther left. No, I'm not fucking shilling for Hassan. No, that dude seems super fucking shallow, like kind of a douchebag. No, I'm not shilling for Hassan. What I'm saying is, can we just move the Overton window a little farther left? That'd be way better. I think middle ground people are not given enough reason to identify with either side's values. And hold on, Steel Toad, you said something about raping rabbits. Yeah, dude. That's a good joke. Hold on. No, that was a solid joke. I thought it was over the line, but you know what? Shock the monkey. But I can't allow the statement anymore, but yeah. Raping rabbits is a small step away from shocking the monkey. Which is the song that's playing right now because that's so fucking apropos. So yeah, Steel Toad, don't feel bad about that. You were actually like dead on balls accurate with that joke and meme. And Twitch just held it like Automod style. All right, so real quick, Nickel Da Vinci said, Taylor Swift's music centers on drama and heartbreak, which centers with teens and emotionally unstable listeners. The relationship theme is universal and marketable. Her consistency, emotional lyrics, and catchiness make her commercially powerful. Her value comes from drama and relatability. I agree with that. The only thing I would push back on your statement, could you possibly use punctuation? Did you create like your own chat Jeopardy that was like Twitter optimized that says, no, don't do any punctuation, don't capitalize anything, because if you do, I'm going to get drowned and like Twitter doesn't give a shit about me? Because yes, Twitter absolutely puts proper grammar lower on the stack versus like bullshit that doesn't care. Like, dude, Twitter's algorithm is insane. It's fucking insane, dude. So yeah, Nickel, I agree with you. Sack Overchill, it's not just women. Nah, dude. Dude, there are dudes that would pay way too much money to go see Taylor Swift. I don't know if he wants me to dox this, but Colin from Zod saw Taylor Swift at whatever, like, Key Arena, whatever they call that now. Colin saw Taylor Swift live, for sure. I don't even know if he went with people. I'm pretty sure he just went to see Taylor Swift because he's actually a fan. And that's okay. We're not trying to judge Colin. He's a super fucking cool dude. But I just want to point out, like, dude, it's not just grown teens and women and whatever. Like, there are grown men that enjoy Taylor Swift. Dude, Colin was single at the time, dude. No, he properly enjoys Taylor Swift. And that's not something we should judge anyone on. That's fine, man. I'm so counterculture that I can't imagine doing so. But I'm an asshole. Like, don't listen to what this asshole says. Come on, man. No, Colin's a good dude. We don't need to create any fucking justification or thing around it. Yeah, men that like Taylor Swift is definitely a minority of men. I get that. But they exist, dude. Yeah, to each their own. If you like Taylor Swift, enjoy Taylor Swift. Because who gives a shit, you know? I hate Taylor Swift's music. I actually like the way Taylor Swift represents things. Like, as a person, big thumbs up. As a musician, dude, I'd never listen to that shit consciously and on purpose ever. Fuck no, dude. Hell no. Hell no, dude. I would not do that. But this, ooh, listen to this fucking 80s music. Here we go. What are you trying to say? Ooh, this might be a karaoke song. This might be a karaoke song. Dude, this song's just so fucking good. Who here only knows this song because of GTA Vice City? GTA Vice City. 1000%. That's the only way I know this song. Damn right, dude. Right? On that one fucking music station. Dude, so good. This is GTA Vice City for sure. I want to play the next one, which is like, shit. Take these broken wings. Right? That song. We're going to play that song next. Right? We can continue the GTA Vice City vibe. Do what you say what you mean. I know I listened too long, but then... Dude, 2026 is going to be fucking amazing. Oh my god, dude. Mr. Damn right, Kinslayer knows. Take these broken wings. Yeah, to a bunch of goons. Yeah, take these broken wings. Learn to fly again. Out the window. Yeah, for sure. Right? Like Uzi goes burr. Yeah, for sure, man. The Uzi goes burr.
Yeah, totally, man. You have a whole Vice City playlist. Yeah, dude. A bunch of my 80s knowledge actually stems from playing Vice City back in the day, for sure. Right? A bunch of my 80s songs that I'm a fan of. Ooh, absolutely. And this is one of them. I would not know about this song without it. Tommy Vercetti, thank you. Ooh, it's a good song, but hold on. What was I gonna play? Someone recommended a thing. Oh, hold on. Yeah. Broken Wings. No, we're going Broken Wings. Fuck yeah. Learn to fly again. Learn to live so free. Boom, boom, ba boom. Boom, boom, ba boom. Just wait. It's coming. All right, let's get to some code. I know I'm slacking. I'm bullshitting. I'm bullshitting so hard. Whoa. Sorry, that was not the right part. Might be the last. Wait, no, we're not even dealing with a bug, Brainless. Dude, we don't even have a bug. Like, we actually accomplished all the shit we wanted. Now we need to actually do some shit. Dude, Brainless, like, dude, we didn't even leave off on a bug. And we should. I should get some shit done. But, dude, we're not even leaving off on a bug. Filter. I think you mean Billie Jean by Alien Ant Farm. If I'm gonna be honest, I think Alien Ant Farm did it better. Oh, wait. Was Billie Jean on the Vice City radio station? I don't remember that. Oh, shit. I totally forgot that. Oh, my God. So, Brainless, you're talking about the bug you found in Livebook and Elixir. Dude, you should absolutely dig into that as much as you can and propose a fucking issue. Like, dude, definitely do so. All right, so this might be a karaoke song. If you're out there and you could travel to Seattle in September, you could listen to me sing this song in person. It'll be bad. It'll be really fucking bad, but you know what? You could do it. Just a quick form registration away. Just saying. Dude, I just spilled so much whiskey on myself. Oh my God. And blood that makes me whole. Yeah. Dude, that's my favorite part of this song. When he does that bit. Yeah, whiskey's doing his job. Come on. Right? We're like a borderline karaoke stream at the moment anyway. Fuck it. No, like, look at the hair. Were you expecting anything other Then a wild time. I don't know why this song reminds me of the movie, or sorry, the TV show Future Man, right? Because the one dude becomes a huge fucking fan of Corey Hart, right? Sunglasses at night style. I feel like this could have been a song that he became also a huge fan of. Oh, brutal. Yes. I love it. You know, right? Like, yeah, let's just do the thing. Like, yeah, let's listen to some fucking 80s. Yeah, duh. No, we're not listening to Green Eyed Lady by Sugar. Fuck you. Come on, YouTube. That was not the vibe we were looking for. Ooh, wait, do we want to hear a badass bass line that nobody here can play? Here we go. All right, so let's keep doing what we're doing. I know, I'm slacking. I'm doing my thing. It's 8 p.m. I got sushi in the fridge. I can eat that shit anytime. Hold on. I am now lurking Theo because I'm curious. What is he doing right now? Did he change his title? Yeah, what he's doing, I don't know. Yeah, Glaubert. Damn right, this song's amazing, dude. Dude, I got the acoustic bass in the background of my stream. Like, I play bass. I fucking play bass, dude. I can't play this bass line. No, but I can play bass. There's a couple Primus songs I can actually play. Dude, I play bass. Yeah, yeah. They're okay. Yeah. No, like this song and a couple other songs are really amazing. I'm not a huge fan, but dude, yeah, nah. This band kills it. Fuck yeah. I like their songs more than I like the band. Let me just say that. I like their songs more than I like the band. Have I prepared for my Cascadia JS talk yet? No, but dude, it's such a simple talk. It's a talk I'll like prepare like a month before. Like technically, you're not wrong. Hold up. No, I need to do this. Right? We should do this on a Saturday cuz why not? I should propose a talk. No, I haven't done any of that. Like nothing. Absolutely nothing. Oh, if I could type. Oh, do I have a photo? Ah, shit. Sure, why not? Company get a 5 head, maybe even 6 head. Yeah, totally. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, full name? That's not the right thing. All right, topics. Oh my god. Blue sky? Web sockets. Node JS. I don't know. I think that's enough. Would my company be interested in sponsoring food or drinks? I think so. Maybe. Yeah, I think we could actually do that. I am able to deliver this talk in Seattle. All right, there we go. So I propose to talk to Seattle JS. I'll let the company know. I doubt we can actually pay for food or drinks, but you know what? We could give away some licenses at the thing, you know? I bet I could convince them to like spend a little bit of money. Like M1, like Mission 1, I don't want to dox too much, but Mission 1, like we have missions at the company. Missions have scopes, and Mission 1 is top of the funnel, like can we get new people involved? Could I convince them to like invest a little bit of their budget towards it? I think we could. And I think technically that could be an August thing. So yeah, anyway, let's play some music. Like, no, we're not gonna play that music. Let the drummer kick. No, hold on. Oh shit. No, I want to play Corrosion of Conformity because, oh, that's a way better song. Now, here we go. Here we go. Who here's a 90s kid that heard this song and fucking resonated with it? I see the world through bloodshot eyes, like literally. Like look in my eyes. They might not be bloodshot right now, but dude, just give me a second to take a bong token. They will be. Bitter soul beats a bitter mind. He said it happens every time. Yeah, knock it down. Bleeds me a heart attack. And the silence makes it deadly. With simple will, all fast and steady. I'm agnostic, but I fucking love this song. He said it happens every time. Yeah, YouTube hates when I listen to something that's not synthwave. Oh my god, 0 concurrent viewers. Yeah, I get it, YouTube. All right, that's fine. Watching, judging. Y'all don't listen to music like this. That's your problem. All right, so YouTube is not into when I expose who I am 90s wise. I get it, you fucking zoomers on YouTube. All right, whatever. But people here on Twitch, you're my people. Hell yeah. Here on Twitch, yeah, you're my people. YouTube, you shallow individuals. I get it. It's fine. Do what you want. But there's nobody even on YouTube right now that isn't even hearing me yell at them for it. So yeah, whatever. Yeah, the YouTube audience is so much more fickle than a Twitch audience, dude. It's kind of crazy. I'm gonna feel bad if I consume this entire fucking bottle in a single day. I shouldn't. That's a bad idea. But also, it's just Saturday. 5 p.m. minus 30 minutes before doors open. That's kind of insane. That part's weird. What? What day? That part I don't know. All right, whatever. But Helmet will take us home. Dude, fucking Helmet. Are you a 90s kid and you don't know Helmet? Too slowly. If you're not aware, this band is the band that played in the Jerky Boys movie. Right? Fucking Ozzy Osbourne had his part. Like, you better not fuck up my boys, right? Like, I expect the best, right? Sound wise. Fucking nail it, dude. Do your thing. But I expect the best from my boys. And then, dude, obviously the Jerky Boys fuck it up. This song does not blow it. Are there people out there that are not aware of Helmet? Damn, man. Like, dude, you Zoomers out there need to recognize some of these bands. I mean, I'm lurking. I need to shout out the thank you. Someone gifted me a sub to Theo just now. I should probably sub to Theo, but he doesn't sub to me, so, you know. Me and Prime do the sub exchange. All right, anyway, we're doing a thing. It's like this dude smokes weed. Like, dude, yeah, no, I don't want to listen to fucking White Zombie right now. No, thank you. Here we go. This is my vibe. I'd rather smoke whiskey and drink weed. And I understand those statements are not realistic. But here on Twitch, they actually mean something. You know? Your beer arrived. Okay. All right. No worries, man. Dude, I need like a light coming from the other sides to just light up how awesome my hair is right now. Like, dude, look at this shit. This shit's good, man. Oh man. Dude, this shit's good. Would it be good enough? Yeah, I'm playing music, that nobody should care about. It's fine. Dude, I hope Theo doesn't, like, actually spend any time on his stream acknowledging me. Like, dude, someone gave me, like, a gifted sub, and I acknowledged it. But, dude, I'm not there. I can't hear him. Count Olaf audition when? I mean, are you saying I could do the voice? I am a voice actor in disguise. So hold on, how could I do the voice? Like, A Ray of Hope, like, I don't listen to any of that shit. I just don't think that's the move. Wait, Olaf has hair like this? No. Right? Isn't that meme from fucking, like, Frozen or some shit? Olaf doesn't have hair. Olaf doesn't have fucking hair, man. Am I wrong? I never saw the film. I won't watch it. Ooh. Damn, this song's so fucking 90s. The next song in the list is Silver Sun Pickups, and I'm going to see them tomorrow. All right, we're going to play a bunch of Silver Sun Pickup stuff here soon. Yeah, no, that'll be good. Like something Pickett's series of unfortunate events? Are you saying I look like Jim Carrey's character in that film? You're not wrong. Like, dude, I should just shave this part, right? I should just fucking buzz it off. Like, who gives a shit about this part? But you know what? I'm growing out the bangs, man. God, it looks so gross when I do that. Oh my god, please no. I'm growing out the fucking bangs, man. My wife said I could do it. I don't have a wife. Like, keep that in mind. Single and looking. No, like, it's like a Lemony Snicket thing. Like, I get it, A Ray of Hope, but also, like, come on, man. Take it easy. You're not wrong though. Like, dude, I'm working towards that. So, touche. Just chill, you know? Like, don't be a dick about it. Take it easy, man. Like, just be cool. All right, so what do I need to build? honestly, like, I was thinking about going late enough that Theo would be tempted to raid me, but you know what? I could just raid Theo. We'll see. We'll see. I do have to go pee. And oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, the bladder is yelling at me about not being more specific. So let me go pee. I'll be right back. Like, just a second. Let me go pee. BRB. All right, cool. I had to pee, man. Like, I'm only human. I'm only human. I had to pee. So, hold on. One thing I wanted to look up. Ooh. All right, so this song is nailing it. We'll let the plot, like the song, play out. But what I'm looking at, hold on real quick, is when is the Montana conference happening, right? And yeah, what up, Pilot Boy, Mr. Sir? But yeah, if I wanted to go hang out with the Montana crew and Primogen and a bunch of people, what is the conference name? Shit, what's the name? Anyone remember the name of that shit? Like, come on. Montana. Yeah, no, I'm not wearing the hat. Like, dude, I'm overheating. Like, it's super fucking hot. And it's currently 30.0 degrees Celsius in the room I'm in right now. Yeah, so the Big Sky DevCon. That's the one I'm looking for. Big Sky DevCon. Sure. Right? When is that shit happening? No, nobody redeemed it. It's just super fucking hot where I live. Yeah, exactly, Trillium. Exactly, Pilot Boy. And we got, what, 20 days? August 2nd for this thing? And I really want to go to it. Like, I need to request this time off because I didn't get a talk accepted. But hanging out is a major fucking preference for me. Could I at least meet Warren Buffering in person once? Yeah, I think so. I think that'd be super fucking cool. Right? I've actually met Carson Gross already. I've met Code Girl once already. The Dan Vale? Nah, that'd be cool. I met Ken Wheeler in person for sure, dude. Like some of these people are just so damn cool that I only want to go to the conference just to chat again, you know? Because they're that fucking cool. Ooh, and this song fucking nails it. Ooh, dude. So this conference is the day before your birthday? Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe not worth it. August 2nd, right? You're August 3rd? Yeah, dude, Nickel. Oh my god. Yeah, I know this song from like a snowboard video. Fucking nailed it. Snowboard video. Thank you. Boom, 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 boom. Nah, this shit's good. The current song, if you just do exclamation point song, right? The Dude, the browser extension does your work for you. Yeah, no, this song's fucking good, man. There you go. I'm not a fan of Joan Jett's song. Like, I like the vibe. It's just not for me, you know? Who took the ram from the Ramalama Ding Dong? Dude, Le Tigre is good, man. Like, this shit's good, but it's like so punk. Like, it's so like electronic punk that it's such a niche that, yeah, people don't get it. People don't know. Ooh. We're gonna let this song play. Fuck it. Dude, this is for the fucking the noobs to stream. Like, this song is my vibe. As far as the 90s go, this song is my absolute vibe. Religion is a smile on a dog. I could sing it better, but why would I? Crystal Castles? I don't even know that band. Shit, I have no idea. I have no clue. Dude, this song satisfies my 90s vibe. So deep. Crystal Castles? Yeah, I don't know there, Terrace. Like, it doesn't sound like my vibe. Like, the way you describe it. Like, no thank you. I'm good. Religion is a smile in the fog. I know what I know if you know what I mean. I'll sing falsetto for songs like this. Come on. They played this song a lot back in the day. Like, Kinslayer, dude, you're as old as I am, and this is like the best part of like that era of radio, right? Like, come on, man. Kinslayer, you and I are like both are at the point where we should probably be looking at getting a colonoscopy. Have I done it yet? No, but I need to. Kinslayer, you're putting it off too, right? You don't recommend getting it. I mean, Terrace, come on. It's either get it and you don't have cancer, or you don't get it and maybe you have cancer. Like, dude, the two extremes are a bummer. Where's the beanie? Like, I don't know. It's somewhere around here. But it's way too hot for a beanie right now. So, Ahmed, like, just enjoy the fact that you're getting a free fucking beanie list, man. Don't be a jerk about it. Ooh, Kinslayer. Yeah, no, that's huge, man. Right? Just, like, getting checked. It's important, man. Don't let people who are anti steer you away from it. Like, come on, man. Yeah, Terrace, like, come on. Everyone should do it when they get to that age. Come on, don't be a dick about it. You've had multiple, but why would you discourage people from doing it? Because, come on, man. Could they catch something sooner rather than later? It's fully fucking worth it. Like, do not, please, like, please, 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 do not discourage people from actually being healthy here. Like, come on, man. Could you simply say, like, it's awkward? Yeah, we would agree with that. Like, everyone would agree with that. But don't be a dick about it. Exactly, Zerk. Like, dude, colon cancer claims so many fucking people that are just too good to, like, be checked for it. So that's where I'm pushing back, right? We had someone say, like, nah, don't do it. Man. Like, nah, man. I'm old enough, I should get checked. And everyone over 40 should get checked. Right? But too many people are like, oh, well, I don't want to do that shit. Like, come on, man. Grow beyond your bullshit. It's just better that way. Unless you want to die early. Like, if you want to die early, like, that's fine. Like, that's a thing you can do. Do they, though, Kinslayer? Like, I feel like they just make you fucking handle it, you know? And at the end of the day, fuck it, man. If they want to express that gland, you know what? We can do that. Maybe that's what they're actually, like, dosing you for, so you don't express the gland while they're doing that shit. That might be it. That might be a big thing. That might be the biggest part of it. They're suppressing your acknowledgement of enjoying that part of probing you. 2 fingers and all. It's just so easy to care for. Like, dude, to stick your head in the nose for it, like, dude, it's bullshit. We should all be checked, especially when you hit 40. There's a fucking pro baseball player that's basically dying at this point because he didn't get checked soon enough, right? There's a pro baseball player that didn't get checked. And he's basically just dying. So yeah, own up to it. If you're old enough, just do it. I'm at the point I need to do it. I'm slacking. Yeah, for sure. I do need to do it. Yeah, for sure. Zerk. Dude, I haven't been to the dentist since I was fucking 23. I'm fucking up on every single goddamn thing. That's on me. I'm fucking up. They're a color of yellow that is not actually okay. Kinslayer would rather have a colonoscopy than go to the dentist. Brutal, dude. We should all do both. Just saying. Oh my god, this song. Yum dope dope dope. Yum dope dope dope. Ooh ba 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 dope dope. Ba 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 dope dope. Stop, 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 Did I nail it? Like, dude, karaoke wise, could I do this song? I think I fucking nailed it. Ooh, shit. I think I fucking nailed it. Dude, Zerk, you should do it. It's totally fucking worth it, man. Come on. You should definitely do it. Like, are you not aware? Like, in common nature, animals die when their teeth fucking do not do the thing they needed to do. Right? That is actually, like, the nature thing. Like, animals die when their teeth fucking cease providing value. I'm not trying to guilt you, but like, dude, Zerk, I understand you should probably still like solve that problem. I have one tooth in the back that fucking sucks, and I've broken it in like a major fucking way. And I should actually crown that thing or something. Like, I care more about the other teeth I have. But dude, I'm just saying, it's up to you, Zerk. You should probably treat your teeth better. I'm not the person that should lecture you. But you can do better, right? Up to you. Totally up to you. I'm the scat man. That's totally separate. All right, let's get some work done. Come on, let's do some things. Ooh, Theo's rating Chris Titus Tech. Dude, Chris Titus Tech is so fucking good. Like, dude, that dude's so awesome. He's one of my favorite people. Like, I like Theo. He's a good dude, but dude, Chris Titus Tech, I like them better. But Theo knows that because he's rating them instead of me. Like, yeah, no, it's fine. Oh, wait, no, that was Chris Titus Tech rating Theo. God damn it. I misunderstood that. Shit. All right. No, I thought Theo was rating Chris Titus Tech. Chris Titus Tech is such a dude. All right. Shit. Come on, man. Chris Titus Tech should have rated us. But okay, I get it. It's fine. It's like Theo doesn't drink nearly as much whiskey as I do. All right, touche. Touche. He smokes a bunch of weed, but we haven't smoked weed here on this stream yet, but we can. All right, so Zerk, you've gone the past 2 years with what? Hold on, wait. What is the thing that you're like hanging out still here with? It's a good song, you know. We're hanging out, we're chilling. Let's keep doing some code stuff. Dude, I'm lurking a channel. And the channel can do whatever they want. It's very interesting to me, though. I missed all of those. All right, whatever. Some dudes just drinking and smoking weed and doing their thing. Dude, that's so much fucking weed. So much fucking whiskey. Ooh, that was a mistake. Oh my god. All right. Now I gotta pour this whiskey elsewhere. Like I can't do that. I'm sorry. Yeah. Like we'll do a chiller fucking whiskey at this point, and then there we go. So who here wants to show up to Cascadia JS? We got that link. It just showed. Come on, man. Do your thing. We are late enough in stream that I am doing Doc Brown hair. Damn right. Like, dude, Proton Fig, like, yeah, dude, come on, man. You get this. Now, I overdid it on the whiskey. You know what I could do? I could take a bong toke, and that might push me back a little bit on some stream stuff. I'm just not thinking fourth dimensionally. Yeah, you know what? I could think with portals if I just take the bong toke, right? All right, hold on. Let me just do this. Dude, that thing's fucking done. This voice is fading out and in. Oh, dude, this is a song I could do in karaoke, actually. Is always barking at the mailman, and I won't taste your time. My revelation. Whoa, whoa. Yeah, no, like, dude, I can't sing. Like, come on. But you know what? What we're doing right now is bong toke worthy. Let's do that part. Oh, cool, bong. I don't know what you're even talking about, man. I have no idea. Trillium Smith. No worries. You have a name that overlaps with Tristan. So yeah, sorry, Trillium. I didn't mean to, like, ignore you, and I hope it doesn't feel like I ignored you, but yeah, for sure, man. We'll see you again soon. We have someone named Tristan Smith and Trillium, or Tristan something or other. And then Trillium overlaps with it enough that, like, oh shit, I thought you were just them. But no, my bad. I'm sorry for ignoring you. Hair time, right? Like, oh my god. Can I just say, like, this is my favorite version of how I express my hair. I wish I had a little bit more, like, dude, if I was, like, hairline to here, the hairline, like, would be still, like, hair going everywhere. But nah, man, it's just, it is what it is. This is the hairline I used to have. Maybe here. Maybe here. I don't have it anymore, right? It's just fucking bad hairline on bad hairline. Like, you know, some bullshit. So yeah, Postal Service makes songs about bad hairlines, and you don't even know that's the song they're making. But that's the song they're making. All right, so yeah, we're late enough. It's 9 p.m. I know I got code I could write. It's 9 p.m. on a Saturday. I think we could approach what we've done on Monday and be stoked. Right? Like, the back end on the other tabs, fuck it. But here, like, I think we've done all we needed to. Right? Like, I don't think the migrations matter. We do need to, like, be able to create a new event from there. But yeah, like, no, the baseline is set. I should actually throw a log in here so I know it's happening, because for dev, I don't actually know we're hitting this. Right, so we end up doing some shit, we logged some shit, and we returned some shit. All right, so I think we got the basics. Man, I could refactor that too, but we shouldn't. Yeah, I'm just like re-looking over the entire flow of what we touch from the top level for this. Hmm. All right, so we should probably start from scratch. We should really though. It's late. It's 9 p.m. Oh my god. Oh my god. We should just raid. It's late. Dude, I gotta eat some food. I got sushi though, so it's easy. I bought it earlier. Nailed it. Thought about it. Good job, me. Um, but yeah, we should go raids. Could raid Theo. You know what? We haven't raided this person in ages. And you know what? They do a thing that's valuable. Like, dude, Chi Impact, he does leak code shit in a way that you should watch what he does and you'll have, like, dude, even if you're not like listening, you're gonna learn from like putting Chi Impact in the background. He's that good. You're gonna learn from that shit. So I don't know. I want to raid him. Like Chi Impact is fully about leak code shit. Hey, what's up, Code Girl? I'm sorry. Thank you for the raid. I'm about to raid someone else. I'm so sorry. I'm thinking about raiding Chi Impact. Yeah, I know. It's late. Dude, I have the whiskey, I have the weed. We're doing our thing, and it's a late night. It's a Saturday. You can do whatever we want on a Saturday, right? And it's a good song, sure. But yeah, let's raid someone. And the person I was raiding is QI Impact. I pronounce it as Chi Impact, and I could be totally fucking wrong. But you know what? They're a great streamer, and they do like leak code shit in a way that's like actually fun. And I know I'm saying that, and you're like, that doesn't sound real. I challenge you to check it out. So we're gonna raid them. I think that's the right move. They're good. Like, dude, Chi Impact. Unless he's done and I'm fucking like, I can't read his chat right now. It's going so fast. Because he's good. I think he's just like mid thing. Mm. Oh man. Saturday is getting me. Yeah, I'm gonna play some games. I got some sushi. I'm gonna have to relax so bad over on gaming. Dude, it's so hot. I can't do anything when it's this hot. Alright, I think it's cooling down. Oh, it's got the fucking. Dude, I typed it wrong. It has the underscore. I typed it so bad. Dude, I'm a shit typist. Alright, I think I got him. I think I got him. Nope, invalid. God. Dude, does the capital fucking matter? Alright. I think I got it. God damn it. Alright. Fuck. Man. Dude, it's case sensitive. It's like very explicit. Like, god damn it, man. Come on, Twitch. Couldn't you just like figure it out? Whatever. All right, so we're gonna go raid. Yes, Chi Impact. He does like really good leak code shit. If you want to actually get a job, yeah, listen to it. Like, just watch how he like thinks through problems. Leak code, boom, done. I don't like it. I don't do it, but like, dude, he really does it very well. Like, and when I say I don't like it, not him. I mean the shit. Like, but yeah, let's go raid. See you over there. Cheers, YouTube. Everyone else, yeah. Leak code. Here it comes. But honestly, you should do it. Just do it. I'm gonna click button. Yeah, here we go.